You love your kids, and you believe that you can do the best job raising those kids. You don't need the government to step in between you and your children. You believe that your children deserve to learn the traditions of your family, of your faith, this great country. And something I think that's near and dear to your heart, sweetheart, is, let me tell you, this is a beautiful country filled with millions of wonderful people, and we're not going to let them tear down this country anymore. That is over.
And if you didn't watch MSNBC, because why would you watch it? So apparently that really sweet couple in the morning, I don't know, Mika, who's now married to Joe, who used to be a conservative, well, they went after this group. They went after each and every one of you. They decided to call you far right and make all these horrible accusations. So we're sending a clear message to them. We're going to take back America. We're going to be the happiest warriors you'll ever see because we love this country. We will fight for our God-given freedoms today, tomorrow, and forever.
Right. Have you heard of this guy, Beto O'Rourke? Have you guys heard of him? It's kind of strange. I never get these guys. They keep losing, but they keep running. But he wants to be the governor of Texas. And by the way, we think that's a bad idea. So we thought you'd like to hear from the current governor of Texas who's taken Beto on, Governor Greg Abbott. Will you join us out here?
Perfect job out there.
Thank you for being here. Yes!
That is your governor. So I have the first question I have to ask you is, why is like every corporate CEO in like not just the country but the world calling you and saying, hey, you got any space for rent in Texas?
So I'll answer the question. However, I want to amend your theme here. So the theme for this event is fire Nancy Pelosi and save America. But the moment after we fire Nancy Pelosi, we need to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and clean house with regard to the border. But all these businesses are coming here. You happen to be in the #1 state for business in the United States. Texas, the CEOs who make business decisions have ranked Texas the #1 state for business for 18 years in a row. So Texas has received the Governor's Cup that goes to the state that has been #1 in America for economic development every year that I've been governor, and that has led to a new Texas standard. It was just in May of this year that Texas became home to more Fortune 500 company headquarters than any other state in the United States of America. But I want to make a point to everybody in this room here today, and that is what I've been talking about you may be thinking are big businesses. Just as important, maybe even more important, are our small businesses. 90% of all businesses in Texas are small businesses, so I'm happy to tell you that Texas ranks #1 in America as the best state to start a small business. But all this adds up to something meaningful, and that is the most important thing we can do is to provide jobs for the people of this state. And as we gather in Dallas today, more Texans have a job than ever before in our history, and since I was last reelected as governor, no state has added more jobs than the great state of Texas. But let me give you a real quick story because you asked me why are the CEOs calling me. One of the CEOs who called me was Elon Musk. And this was in the early stages of COVID, and he told me he had to build this gigafactory, and there was no way he was going to be able to build this gigafactory in California with all the rules and regulations. If you know or have seen anything about Elon, you know he wants to move at a very fast pace. And he wanted to, from scratch, build a gigafactory, from grading the ground to putting up the factory walls to building out the factory floor to having cars roll off that factory. He was able to do all of that in a factory that is more than a mile long in only 18 months. And what he did, he tweeted, he said he was able to build an entire gigafactory in 18 months in Texas. He said if he were still in California, he would not even have the permits yet. And so people are coming here because Texas moves at the speed of business.
I got to say, one of my favorite Elon Musk tweets was Tesla and plus Twitter equals Twizzler. I thought that was so clever. But here's talking about California. So there's a governor there, you know, this governor, Gavin Newsom. Apparently, he's been deciding to spend a lot of money in your state and in Florida pushing these ads about freedom. So what's your response to the governor?
He's just pissed off that all his businesses are moving to Texas.
Hey, Governor, the freedom to move.
That's right. That's right. People do need freedom to move. Hey, let me tell you all a secret. First of all, how many of you are from Texas? Most of you. So you're going to clearly understand what I'm about to talk about because I know that this is an urgent issue in your heart. One thing they all feel is it's great to be a good state for business, but I hear this all the time. Governor, you better not let those liberal Californians move into the state of Texas. So here's an important fact for you to know. Number one, Texas is the #1 state in America that people are moving to. But here's the part that you do not know. Even though we have a lot of people moving here and a lot of people moving here from California, there are actually a lot of people moving from Texas to other states. What do you think is the #1 state that Texans are moving to? Nope. The #1 state Texans are moving to is California. So why would someone from Texas move to California? Is because they like the Gavin Newsom type of liberalism. So what we have an exchange program going on. We're getting the California conservatives, we're sending them our liberals.
So one of our occupational hazards is, even though I grew up in Houston and was an Oilers fan, by the way, love you blue, but Earl Campbell and the rest, but we live outside our nation's capital. You know, the mayor of Washington has really picked a beef with you over the fact that there's an invasion going on in Washington, D.C., because you sent 5,000 illegals. I set it up pretty good for you there, Governor.
So this is what we call T-ball right here. So I want you to know what really began all this, and that is I was down on the border talking with local mayors, local county judges in places like Uvalde and Del Rio and other places that were just completely overrun. And they were talking about getting the illegal immigrants that Border Patrol had dropped off into their communities that they were incapable of dealing with, and them actually busing them to San Antonio. I said, don't do that. I have a better idea. We're going to bus them all the way to Washington, D.C. But now you know what's happened, and that is actually now we've bused more than 6,500 illegal immigrants to Washington, D.C., and they cannot handle that one single challenge. We deal with that number every single day. I got one thing to tell you and to tell them. There are more buses on the way as we gather at this conference today.
You know, that's...
So I'll add this in. If you want to pitch in and help out, you can buy your own border bus. If we call it, go to borderbus.texas.gov. You can help fund sending all these folks to Washington, D.C. and make them deal with the problem.
You know, Governor, we could do this two ways. There's a lot of us who live outside the swamp. I think that would probably like to come to Texas. Filling them up with the folks coming here illegally over the border, and then we'll fill that bus back with freedom lovers that want to go to Texas.
There you go.
Is that a deal?
There you go. Free ride. Free ride.
But, you know, as we address this border crisis, it's a humanitarian crisis, and as well as it is a national security crisis. So when, you know, we're looking at the fact that you have the drug cartels and you have the human traffickers preying on these vulnerable families, getting through this border illegally with sending drugs and fentanyl into almost every single American community. I mean, how can you do this, Governor, without the support of the federal government, as they've abandoned you? Because we know under President Trump, he understood the battle at the border. He understood what he had to do to stop illegal immigrants from coming in and from allowing drug cartels to profit off the border. And now it's in chaos, other than the work that you and some of the other governors are doing.
So you say, how can we do this? And the fact of the matter is, Donald Trump was the model for how to do it. Donald Trump did 4 things that secure the border. He built the wall, he implemented the Remain in Mexico policy, he implemented the Title 42 policy, and he ended catch and release. And when he did that, just 2 years ago, we had the lowest border crossings in decades. And now we have the highest border crossings ever. So among other things, what we've done, we've deployed the National Guard. As we gather here today, the National Guard is patrolling the border and securing the border, and they are returning back across the border illegal immigrants who are trying to get into the state of Texas. Give it up for the National Guard of the great state of Texas.
That's right.
And if they make it past the National Guard, we have the Texas Department of Public Safety arresting migrants and either putting them in jail or returning them to the border. And then on top of that, we've done something that no state has ever done from the time of George Washington to the time of Joe Biden. Texas is the only state to build our own border wall to secure our state and to secure our sovereignty.
I can just see that wall. Governor Abbott in Texas, Governor Kari Lake in Arizona. I can see this thing happening with you guys getting this done. But I want to go back to this.
We're still waiting for Kari Lake to be called.
I know, it's the truth.
Crazy.
I want to go back to this fella, interesting fellow, Beto O'Rourke. If you'll excuse me.
He got it wrong. He'll learn. It's Robert Francis.
That's right. I actually call him Beta, but everyone can call him what they want. He was speaking the other day about parents in schools, and we had this experience in Virginia. We ran this the Democrats ran this guy for governor in Virginia, Terry McAuliffe. And Terry McAuliffe, you guys know Terry McAuliffe? He's retired now, by the way. And he said that parents don't have a right to know what books are being passed out in libraries and what teachers are teaching in our classroom. Now, as I said, Terry McAuliffe is retired. I think Beto O'Rourke might have hired him, Robert Francis, to be his campaign manager because Beto O'Rourke is out there saying, what are parents doing intervening in the education of their children? They have no right to do that.
It's outrageous. So you mentioned one of the elements, and that is transparency. Parents have every right to know exactly all of the materials that their children are being taught. We learned that. We learned that during the time of COVID when kids were taking lessons home and parents got to see it for the first time, and we, for the first time, got to see that, in fact, our students, and even in Texas, were being taught critical race theory. And so we passed not one, but 2 laws banning critical race theory in every subject, in every grade, in every public school in the entire state of Texas. But more to your point, before coming out here, I had the chance to meet 2 of their beautiful children.
They're over there.
Well, some of them. There's additional children over there.
Is that 3? One I didn't meet. So here's a point with them and with all of you. You love your children more than any government employee ever can. You have the right to be the decision maker for the health care and educational decisions for your child. You should have the right to choose the school that is best for your child, as opposed to government mandating what school your child should attend.
That's right.
Governor, you're really starting to see a shift with the Hispanic community. We know there's a growing Hispanic community here in Texas, and we saw the recent win of Congresswoman Flores, which was a huge success.
She's going to be here.
Yes, and we've seen other candidates that the New York Times now calls the far-right Latina. Okay, this is the America First Republican conservative leaders out there who simply love America. They love their faith, and they love their community. You're also seeing the poll numbers for Joe Biden for Hispanics at simply 19%. I've even seen them lower in terms of the approval ratings for him. What's happening? Why that shift with the Hispanic, and I would say other minority communities, including the African-American community, to say, I'm going to reject these leftist policies?
Sure. So two factors combining together. One is that definitely applies to the Hispanic community, but also the black community, as well as all communities in the state of Texas and America. But for the Hispanic community, the core heart is faith in God, putting family first, and respecting the freedom that exists in no place better than the United States of America. That's what Maya Flores campaigned upon and won upon. That's what Hispanics believe in, and that's one reason why we are winning Hispanics. The other reason is because Joe Biden has really gone far leftist, far more left than what he appeared to be earlier in his career, and he fully bought into the Ocasio-Cortez mentality that they want open border policies. And I tell you who does not want open border policies. The people who are the most frustrated, the most angry, the most bitter about what is going on the border are the county after county after county on the border, which is about 90% Hispanic occupied. They are angry that the Biden administration is allowing their communities to be overrun. Combine those two forces together, and that's exactly why Myra Flores won that special election for a seat in Congress in South Texas, and why other Latinas are going to be winning this November, keeping Texas red.
So I just want to jump in for just two quick final thoughts here. One is, give us your take on energy independence. We know that under President Biden and the Democrats, the climate change, which is their religion, and they're going to do everything they can, so all of us have to buy electric vehicles, although we can't even afford them. So what's your sense in terms of what needs to be done to ensure energy independence reigns again in America?
Well, it's very easy, and we can put it in this context. There was absolutely no reason why Joe Biden should have flown halfway across the globe to meet with the Prince of Saudi Arabia, do a fist bump, and then beg for oil and get absolutely nothing out of it.
Well, we did get one thing. He got COVID, so you don't know.
So to answer your question, all Joe Biden had to do, he could have taken a shorter flight to Midland, Texas.
That's right.
I would have even met him on the tarmac and done the fist bump deal. And we could have driven 5 miles away from the airport. I said, right here, we can start drilling a well right here. I just need a pipe permit, a refining permit, and we can cut the cost of gasoline in half overnight.
And, sir,
I think that's by the way, Mr. President, that's a live invitation, I believe.
Yeah.
You get this done.
So we have a slogan in Texas, and that is, it's time to prioritize the Permian Basin as opposed to princes in Saudi Arabia.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, sir, as we wrap here, your final thoughts, your message to the people of Texas and across America.
Texas believes in freedom. Texas believes in the power of the individual. We want to have safe communities, a secure border. We want to cut your property taxes here in the Lone Star State because we know that is your money. And we're going to be fighting for you every step of the way. Keep Texas red, fire Nancy Pelosi, impeach Mayorkas, and put America on the right track.
Governor Greg Abbott, thank you for being here at CPAC. Keep up the good work.
All right.
We'll get it done.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Are struggling, yet the political discourse in Washington doesn't reflect that fact. Could this be because our national conversation is being manipulated? Leftist big tech and the liberal media dominate and regulate our public speech. Conservatives can't let the left control the next frontier of social media technology. The Liberty Metaverse challenges the liberal stranglehold on the public square. 93% of CPAC attendees agree that conservatives need to be active in the metaverse to counter the left.
We are happiness. We are passion. We are family. We are united. What motivated our parents? We are moving ahead with hard work and with passion. We give it our all, even our hearts, because this great nation is our home, our motherland by choice, a land of freedom and opportunity that allows us to bear the fruit of our hard work, that opens its doors to those who do things the right way, to those who respect the law and seek the common good. It is time to let our voices be heard with a media company that shares our values, that speaks truly and upholds the values of liberty, family, life, and the pursuit of happiness. Now we will have a voice that truly represents us, because it believes in the things that are important to Hispanics, regardless of our country of origin, that inspires us to be better and to pursue the American dream. Voz Media, we speak like you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we fight. A speech by Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orbán.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to be with you. It's fantastic to be here in Texas, the Lone Star State of the great United States of America. If I am correct, Lone Star State means that independence, freedom, and sovereignty are the dearest values in this part of America. If this is true, and it must be true as I look around, then we have something in common, even in Hungary is over 5,000 miles from Dallas. My country, Hungary, is the Lone Star State of Europe. The main difference between our countries is that, unfortunately, the Ewing Oil Company is not paying corporate income tax in Budapest. But independence, freedom, and sovereignty is what we Hungarians fought for in the last 500 years. We fought for Christianity in the Middle and Modern Ages, and we fought for Christian democracy in the 20th century and continue to fight to this day. We are a nation of 15 million in the heart of Europe with a unique language. Pope Francis once told me that Hungarian was the official language in heaven because it takes an eternity to learn. It's just a slight exaggeration. That's probably enough to know about Hungary. As for myself, you should know that I am an old-fashioned freedom fighter. I am also the longest-serving prime minister in Europe, the only anti-migration political leader on our continent, a father of 5, and grandfather to 5 grandchildren, a leader of a country that is under the siege of progressive liberals day by day. There are many things that a Central European, anti-communist, old-fashioned freedom fighter raised under communist rule never dared to dream of. One of them is giving a speech at the CPAC here in the United States. In the land of the free, where the spirit of liberty shines brighter than at any other place on earth. Today, this dream came true, and I can never be grateful enough. So I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, especially Matt Schlapp, and thank you all for welcoming me. The most distinguished conservatives of the United States want me to speak at their conference. I was wondering in the last 2 or 3 weeks what you want to hear from me. I come from a 1,000-year-old country with rich history, but let's be honest, Hungary is far from being a global superpower. The US is a global superpower. Your leaders should give an opening speech at our conferences in Hungary. But I think you managed to confuse a lot of people by inviting me. For example, the leftist media. I can already see tomorrow's headlines. Far-right European racist and anti-Semite strongman, the Trojan horse of Putin, holds speech at conservative conference. But I don't want to give them any ideas. They know best how to write fake news. Instead, I tell you the truth. In Hungary, we introduced a zero-tolerance policy on racism and anti-Semitism, so accusing us is fake news, and those who make these claims are simply idiots. They are the industrial fake news corporation. Progressive NGOs are probably confused as well. They are already busy writing their so-called research papers to inform Americans how I destroyed Hungarian democracy. According to their research, I managed to ruin Hungary's democracy in 2011. And then they say, I ruined it again in 2012. And then in 2013, and 14, and 15, and so on, each and every year. But how did I manage to destroy something that was already ruined? To answer to this question, you have to be a rabid liberal. Finally, with my invitation, you have surprised the elite of Democratic Party too. I want to be clear. We respect the government of the United States. We are guests here, and we need to behave decently with the current administration as well. But there is another side of the coin, which I cannot ignore. Your administration has put Europe, and especially Brussels, under ideological pressure. This is not good for us. It's bad. The Obama administration tried to force us to change the fundamental law of Hungary and delete Christian and national values from it. Do you get it? The leading power of the free world wanted to force us to change our constitution according to a globalist liberal concept. How bizarre. This came as a surprise and caused us a lot of pain. But we resisted this attempt successfully. Since then, we are not the favorites of the American Democrats. They did not want me to be here, and they made every effort to drive a wedge between us. They hate me and slander me and my country as they hate you and slander you and the America you stand for. We all know how this works. Progressive liberals didn't want me to be here because they knew what I would tell you. Because I'm here to tell you that we should unite our forces. Because we Hungarians know how to defeat the enemies of freedom on the political battlefield. Dear friends, we Hungarians defeated communism, which was forced on us by Soviet troops and arms. It took a while. We began our fight in 1956 and won in 1990. But we did it. Our fathers fired the first shot, and we, their sons, won the war. We know what we have Ronald Reagan to thank for. But communists are tough to beat. They rose from their ashes, came together with the liberals, and come back all around the world stronger than ever. If somebody has doubts, whether progressive liberals and communists are the same, just ask us Hungarians. We fought them both, and I can tell you they are the same. So we had to defeat them again. And since 2010, we keep winning, winning, and winning. Last time, with the endorsement of Donald Trump, which we are grateful for. So much winning that we are just scratching our heads. You know, winning has become our daily habit. But we know the old saying, yesterday's home runs don't win today's games. I've been a member of parliament for 32 years, spending 16 years in opposition and 16 years as prime minister. I learned that a quitter never wins and a winner never quits. This is the secret of our victories. You have to stand by your country in good times and in bad times. Dear friends, I'm here to tell you we should share our experiences. I am here to tell you that our values, the nation, Christian roots, and family can be successful in the political battlefield, even nowadays when political life is ruled by liberal hegemony. I am here to tell you how we made these values successful and mainstream in Hungary. Perhaps our story can help you keep America great. So here is our story. The key to our success story is that when we fight, we give at least 100%. We tell the truth and represent the truth, even if half the world attacks us for it. You cannot win half-heartedly. You either give everything you have got and win, or play it safe and lose. So first and foremost, we need to trust our Judeo-Christian teachings. They help us decide what actions are right and what actions are wrong. If you believe in God, you also believe that we humans were created in God's image. Therefore, we have to be brave enough to address even the most sensitive questions: migration, gender, and the clash of civilizations. Don't worry, a Christian politician cannot be racist. So we should never hesitate to heavily challenge our opponents on these issues. Be sure Christian values protect us from going too far. Moreover, we know that at the end of our lives, the moment will come when all our actions will be judged. So you can't do anything, you have limits. As Clint Eastwood said, a man has got to know his limitations. But unfortunately, the left in politics does not know any limitations. And my friends, as it happens, today's progressives try to separate Western civilization from its Christian roots once again. They are crossing a line that should never be crossed. If you separate Western civilization from its Judeo-Christian heritage, the worst things in history happen. Let's be honest. The most evil things in modern history were carried out by people who hated Christianity. Don't be afraid to call your enemies by their name. You can't play safe, but they will never show mercy. Consider, for example, George Soros, as you call him here. In Hungary, we call him Gyuri Bácsi, which means Uncle Georgie. The wealthiest and one of the most talented Hungarians on earth. Just a hint, be careful with talented Hungarians. I know George Soros very well. He is my opponent. He believes in none of the things that we do. And he has an army at his service: money, NGOs, universities, research institutions, and half the bureaucracy in Brussels. He uses this army to force his will on his opponents, like us Hungarians. He thinks that the values dear to all of us led to the horrors of the 20th century. But the case is exactly the opposite. Our values save us from repeating history's mistakes. The horrors of Nazism and communism happened because some Western states in continental Europe abandoned their Christian values. And today's progressives are planning to do the same. They want to give up on Western values and create a new word, a post-Western word. Who is going to stop them if we don't? Dear friends, I have also learned that in order to win, it is not enough to know what you are fighting for. You also have to know how you should fight. My answer is, play by your own rules. But how do you do that? It is as simple as it sounds. You must play to win. You cannot expect victory and plan for defeat. You have to believe that you are better than your left liberal opponents are. And don't care what the liberals say. They always say you will lose. They say it cannot be done. You just have to prove them wrong. But there is one thing I have learned. We cannot fight successfully by liberal means, because our opponents use liberal institutions, concepts, and language to disguise their Marxist and hegemonist plans. Politics, my friend, are not enough. This war is a culture war. We have to revitalize our churches, our families, our universities, and our community institutions. Hungary is an old, proud, but David-sized nation standing alone against the woke globalist Goliath. We invite the solidarity of the American conservatives. They are in total attack, so we need a total defense. You have to be brave. If you feel fear, you have a job to do. The only thing we Hungarians can show you is how to fight back by our own rules. Let me give you a couple of examples. On migration. Ladies and gentlemen, we were the first ones in Europe who said no to illegal migration and stopped the invasion of illegal migrants. We believe that stopping illegal migration is necessary to protect our nation. We in Hungary decided to ask the people whether they want illegal migration or not. We held a referendum. Hungarian people decided they don't want migration, so they don't want to play by the rules of the progressives. They rejected the false claim that migrants cannot be stopped and forced us leaders to act. And we stopped illegal migration. We have actually built that wall, and it stopped illegal migration. As Tucker Carson said when he visited us, quote, "It's not a high-tech wall, but guarded by people who love their country." And the border protection system works. During the Great Migration Crisis in 2015, 400,000 illegal migrants came to our borders. This is almost 3 times as much as Genghis Khan had when he invaded Europe. After we built the wall, we managed to reduce illegal migration to 0. This year, we have already suffered 160,000 illegal border crossing attempts. 160,000 illegal border crossing attempts. So, we at the Hungarian borders catch every illegal migrant and escort them back to the other side of the border. The rule is simple. The rule is simple. You can apply for asylum at our embassies. But if you try to come to Hungary illegally, you will never, ever make it. Even though we are under pressure not only from the south, but also from the eggheads of the European Union as well. Yes, this is the case, my friend. They want us to give up our zero migration policy because they also know that this is the decisive and final battle of the future. But the future is the most important thing we can give to our children and our grandchildren. So, in Hungary, we will never surrender. Dear friends, let's move on family policy, which is the heart of our politics. Progressives claim all over the world that families should not be protected. In Europe, they say there is no such thing as family, because love is love and family is family. If you cannot define family, nothing is a family. And they say that Western families are the places where the oppression of the so-called patriarchy begins. But in case of family policy, in Hungary, we again played by our own rules. We know that family is the place to transfer the values of parents to the next generation. If traditional families are gone, there is nothing that can save the West from going under. Therefore, last year in Hungary, we spent more than 6% of our GDP on family policy. All subsidies are already available to families following conception. Families automatically get tax breaks. The state takes over your student loans after your third child. Women are exempt from paying personal income tax for life after the birth of their fourth child. And we are fighting to extend the same zero tax policy for mothers with 3 children. So, if you are not married yet, you should immediately find a Hungarian wife. In the last 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 10 years, the number of marriages has doubled and the number of abortions has halved in Hungary. It's not a bad start. Dear friends, in Hungary, we had to build not just a physical wall on our borders and the financial wall around our families, but a legal wall around our children to protect them from the gender ideology that targets them. Let's be clear, they think that parents should follow the progressive way of parenting. If they refuse to do so, they should be forced by the state. We Hungarians know this old communist trick and we reject it. Hungarian people rejected sexual orientation programs in schools without parental consent at a referendum again. Never before has there been a referendum in the long history of Hungary, where such a huge majority of people said no to gender or anything. Now the Hungarian Constitution protects families and children. Let me quote a few sentences from our Hungarian fundamental law. Our Constitution reads, "The family and the nation constitute the principal framework of our coexistence. Hungarian state institutions are obliged to protect the Christian culture of Hungary. Hungary shall protect the institution of marriage as the union of one man and one woman. Family ties shall be based on marriage or the relationship between parents and children. To sum up, the mother is a woman, the father is a man, and leave our kids alone. Full stop, end of discussion." Dear friends, another factor of our success is that my government is devoted to law and order without compromise. We decided we don't need more genders, we need more rangers. Less drag queens and more Chuck Norris. We believe there is no freedom without order. If there is no order, you get chaos. In Hungary, law enforcement agencies are not people's enemy. They are the guardians of freedom. Therefore, law should not protect criminals, but protect the victims and those who are defending the law. Police should be well respected. So Hungary is the safest country in Europe. Actually, Budapest is among the very few European capitals where you can walk around safely, even in nighttime. In Hungary, you will only hear more funds to the police. And finally, a few remarks on taxation, dear friends. Progressives always want your money. They love higher taxes. We believe that people should have their money in their own hands. To this end, we introduced a flat tax on personal income, which is currently 15%. In just 10 years' time, we reduced the tax wedge by 10%, which was the biggest tax cut in Europe. We have the lowest corporate income tax in Europe, which is flat, 9%. With this low corporate income tax last year, we had a 27% investment rate, which was among the best in Europe. Just recently, we came under fire again when we went against the global minimum tax initiative. All European countries surrendered. Hungary is the last man standing. But the empire always strikes back. The current US administration decided to terminate the tax treaty between Hungary and the United States, which was probably the best tax deal ever negotiated. It was good for US investors. There are 1,700 US companies operating in Hungary. I think it was indeed the revenge of the left, because the US Treasury somehow forgot that they have a very similar treaty with Russia, but not with Hungary anymore. Funny, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we need to talk about the war. The war. Ukraine is our neighbor. We are in full solidarity with them. The attack of Russia against Ukraine has forced close to 1 million refugees to Hungary so far. Currently, more than 10,000 refugees every day. The majority of these refugees ventures further into Europe, but 1 million people entering a country of 10 million is a lot. In my view, the globalist leader's strategy escalates and prolongs war and decreases the chance of peace. Without American-Russian talks, there will never be peace in Ukraine. More and more people will die and suffer, and our economies will come to the brink of collapse. I cannot tell you what to do. It's your sovereign decision. I can, however, tell you one thing. Only strong leaders are able to make peace. We in the neighborhood of Ukraine are desperately in need of strong leaders who are capable of negotiating a peace deal. May they please help us. We need a strong America with a strong leader. Dear friends, dear friends, I think I have provoked you long enough. So before MatchLab takes my microphone away, let's come to a conclusion. The world has several great nations, but none with the power and influence of the United States. For better or for worse, the world looks to you for the future. And the future of the West is in grave doubt. We in the West have not faced a crisis like this for a long time. The ideological wars of the 20th century against the totalitarian powers of Nazi Germany and Soviet Union were terrible. But democratic West rallied and defeated them both. Now the West is at war with itself. We have seen what kind of future the globalist ruling class has to offer. But we have a different future in mind. The globalists can all go to hell. I have come to Texas. So we must take up the fight. Victory will never be found by taking the path of least resistance. We must take back the institutions in Washington and in Brussels. We must find friends and allies in one another. We must coordinate the movement of our troops because we face the same challenge. You have midterm elections this year, then presidential and congressional elections in 24, and we will have election in the European Parliament same year. These two locations will define the two fronts in the battle being fought for Western civilization. Today we hold neither of them, yet we need both. You have 2 years to get ready. I have to tell, it won't be easy. But don't be afraid. Just believe in St. John Paul's, the Polish Pope's teaching. There is no enemy that Christ has not already defeated. So let's go out and do it. God bless Texas. God bless our friendship. Good luck and goodbye.
ladies and gentlemen, from Louisiana, Attorney General Jeff Landry.
How are y'all doing today? Unbelievable. I think Matt has put the two guys with the greatest accents back to back. Well, thank y'all for having me today. My name is Jeff Landry, and I'm the Attorney General for the great state of Louisiana. And it is great to be here today with so many of you all who appreciate this country for the freedoms and liberties that our Constitution bestows on its citizens. And for those of y'all who may know me, you may know me as a fighter. Well, that's just because I grew up as a small kid and I always stood up to bullies. It didn't always work out that well, but I just didn't know how to back down. And so I have fought and I have defended us on issues like abortion, illegal immigration, fought for American energy and economic liberty. And of course, as you know, as I said earlier, I just don't know how to back down. And so today I want to talk to you about my fight to defend the Second Amendment. You see, to me, the Second Amendment is not just a bunch of words on a piece of paper. It is a fundamental guiding principle that has played a major role in my life at a very young age. See, I grew up in a small Cajun town in South Louisiana where my father and two grandfathers taught me about the responsibility of deploying a firearm. They taught me that possessing a firearm is not something that you should take lightly, and that having one comes with immense responsibility. I learned at a very early age the unfathomable power that comes from the end of that barrel. It is the power to take life. And I learned that lesson of life and death when I bagged my first game out hunting. And it was followed by a lesson of conservation. And I was taught that God put creatures on this land for us to enjoy and to provide nourishment for us, but that it was our responsibility to protect it. It's a balance that must be respected, because when it is, the world enjoys peace. Yet there are those of us out there who would let us to believe that the horrible events that we see played out are the fault of firearms and not the people who are holding those firearms. They tell us that such tools are designed purely for carnage and never for protection. They highlight the destruction, the mayhem, and the murder caused by those who hold such devices and claim the true source of such tragedy is merely the victim to some circumstance. But they fail to ask the hard questions. Or maybe they just don't want to know the real story. You see, if you are raised in a world where killing an unborn child purely out of convenience is considered the highest moral principle, would you believe that life is sacred? If we tell young boys that it is a terrible thing to be masculine and that they must suppress their inner drive to build, protect, hunt, because such behaviors are supposed to be toxic to our society, don't you think those same young men will become destructive to themselves and others? When we demonize, suppress, and discourage healthy forms of masculinity and responsibility, why are we then surprised when our young men become nihilistic or fatalistic? We as a society are far too quick to give a child an iPhone instead of quality time. We let Google raise our children, pills control their behavior, and television guide their morals. We refuse to recognize the correlation between teen suicide rates and social media because the truth is far too inconvenient. And no one wants to discuss the role of domestic violence and drugs that have played in creating the monsters who choose mass shootings as their way out. Instead, the media glorifies them. It's just too easy to point the finger at the gun and not victimize the shooter. And honestly, we have a huge problem in America, and far too many parents and children have been forced to feel the unimaginable pain because of it. But if we fail to ask the hard questions, we will never find the right solutions. Should we not ask what created that monster instead of blaming the tools they use? We need to let go of our attachment to convenience and accept some responsibility. Because until we start asking the hard questions, the destruction and chaos will get far worse. And the legacy media will continue to villainize those. As Attorney General, those are the people that I fight for. Not because of politics, because I believed in the truth and not the lies spun by the media complex so desperate for clicks and engagement with their fear-mongering headlines. I believe in our constitutional rights, and that is why I'm fighting for law-abiding citizens the media rarely covers. That's why when a fourth-grade student in Jefferson Parish in Louisiana was expelled from school during the pandemic simply for moving a BB gun in his bedroom, in his house, during a virtual class, we defended him and his family. Our office intervened in that court case against the school board. We worked with the state legislature to change the laws in Louisiana to ensure that that would never happen again. And then, when big banks decided to virtue signal their anti-gun positions and seek our business, I said, no, the state of Louisiana will not do business with companies that don't appreciate our values. And of course, they criticized me, claiming that it would cost the state money. And my response was, mine and your Second Amendment is not for sale. Under my leadership through our Solicitor General's office, Louisiana has led, joined, and intervened in countless litigation that protects your Second Amendment. Because the Second Amendment is the one amendment that guarantees all others. I have personally served my country in the armed forces. I've served as a police officer and a sheriff's deputy. And I know that there is nothing scarier than to be faced by a man with a gun. But I also know there is not a feeling more helpless than to be faced by that same man without a gun myself, without having one myself. And it's amazing when we talk about gun permits, it's always a great thing. We were having this great debate in Louisiana about constitutional carry. And so I went out and talked to some of my friends who were sheriffs, guys that I grew up with. And I asked them, I said, let me ask you a question. Can you think of a time when you have arrested someone involved in a shooting who had a gun permit? And their answer was no. And I said, well, why don't we worry about the criminals and not the innocent people out there? We should be focused on putting the bad people in jail rather than checking the papers of law-abiding citizens who merely want to protect themselves from the very real harms that exist. And that's why I've been fighting as the Attorney General in Louisiana for you. And over the past 7 years, I've spent my time asking the tough questions, working towards the right solutions, not only to stop the destruction, but also to protect the rights of law-abiding citizens in Louisiana and across this great country. I ask you to join me in this fight, and together we can change the narrative back to the truth and fully restore the freedoms and liberties our Constitution has given us. We must never back down in our fight for American values, in our fight for fundamental principles which have made this the greatest nation in the world. For as Thomas Paine once said, these are the times that try men's souls. Tyranny is like hell. It is not easily conquered, yet we have consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. God bless you. God bless Texas. God bless the USA. Thank you.
Mark Meckler, President of Convention of States. Like you, I love America. What I don't love is what's being done to her by the radical left. The founders predicted these problems, so they created a failsafe in Article 5 of the Constitution. Their plan completely bypasses the President and Congress. ConventionofStates.com is organizing to impose term limits, a balanced budget, and to take power back from the federal government. Join millions of patriots by signing the petition at ConventionofStates.com. That's ConventionofStates.com.
100 years ago, and he rode across the West like a king on a throne of hand to 11, and he would become the symbol of the Old West. He would become the hero to schoolboys all around the world. This man was a cowboy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Biden has cue cards. We have a solution. Please welcome award-winning journalist Sarah Carter. From the great state of Texas, Congressman Brian Babin. And your moderator, co-host CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Okay, well, we've got lots of problems, so we got to talk about them. We thought this would be a good therapy session because God only knows we've been, 2 years into this Biden administration, and I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. Right? I mean, seriously.
Absolutely.
I mean, how painful has it been so far with Joe Biden and his very interesting and somewhat absent vice president and the cabinet members, which I don't think anybody really knows who they are because they're even scared of coming out. But I am so great to be joined with this incredible panel. One of my dear friends, you see her on Fox News all the time, Sarah Carter.
Hey. Thank you.
And Congressman Brian Babin from the great state of Texas, thank you for having us here.
You bet.
All
Great
right,
to be here with you.
Let's jump right in. What do you think?
Lot.
I know, I don't even know where to start.
Let's jump right in. There's so much.
Let's try to solve these problems. But first, what is the biggest problem you've seen so far with the Joe Biden administration?
I don't even know where to start, but the fact that they're so completely disconnected from the American people and our principles, I would say that the biggest problem is that Joe Biden's administration puts America last.
Yeah.
Right? And not first in every category, whether that's in education, whether that has to do with our economy, whether that's at the border, whether that's foreign policy. And I fear that, for a while, people became very complacent, right? And especially in this administration, what we're seeing now is that because of the actions of this administration, the American people are actually waking up, they're paying attention, they're becoming more emboldened and involved in politics, and I think that is going to be the solution here, getting rid of the Biden administration and putting people in that know how to do the job.
Absolutely.
So, Congressman, let me ask you, you go up to Washington, and I mean, you've been there for quite some time. What has changed in Washington since Joe Biden's been in power?
Well, I'm like Sarah, and great to be with you, Mercy. It's hard to rank the failures of this president. But I think probably the worst, most serious thing that we have seen, and me being from the state of Texas, and also being the co-chairman of the House Border Security Caucus, is our open, porous border. Right. And every single level and every aspect of it is so dangerous to the United States of America, to our people, to our property, dispensing with great policies that had been developed and with a lot of negotiation, a lot of hard work under President Trump, and just going against all the best advice that was coming from the Trump administration. They told the incoming Biden administrators, don't get rid of Title 42. Don't get rid of MPP, remain in Mexico. Build the wall. All of the various things that they just simply ignored because they hated Donald Trump so much that they just dispensed with. And now we've got literally 8,000 to 9,000 per day coming across. 56 that at the last count that we know of were on the terrorist watch list. Over 200,000 per month coming across this border. And the crime that is washing over this country, certainly a lot of that crime has to do with defunding the police and Democrat judges and Democrat districts of attorney that simply won't prosecute and let people out with personal recognizance, no bail. But the illegals that are coming across, thousands, tens of thousands of illegals coming across that are convicted, not suspected of crimes, but convicted of prior criminal activity in the United States, has served time and then been deported, and now they're coming back in. There are thousands of those type of people, and the American people are paying through the nose in blood and toil and treasure. And we got to educate all these people. We've got to medicate all these people.
That's right. And I got to say, Sarah, first of all, you left the state of Virginia. She was living up near me. She was literally my neighbor. And all of a sudden I get a call from Sarah. She's like, I'm moving to Texas. I'm like, what? I'm like, how? So you all gained Sarah. I lost Sarah. I'm really sad about that. But
I love Texas. I'm here anyways all the time.
And now she wears like the cute little ball cap, and she's got her boots on, and she's like all Texas. I'm like,
I know.
Oh my goodness.
I've been here for a long time.
Talk to me. You go to the border constantly. You are talking to our Border Patrol agents. You are seeing what is the chaos that we're seeing on the border. Texans have to suffer this every single day, and it's also impacting communities across the country. What is the state of affairs at the border right now?
Look, I think it's a global impact. It's not only, of course, first and foremost, a national impact for all of us as Americans, because we have to sustain this chaotic and very dangerous open border situation. You know, I remember people used to say, oh, you know, Biden's policy is failing. I don't think Biden's policy, President Biden's policy, is failing. I think it's exactly, and I've said this from the beginning, exactly what the Biden administration wants.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what they want. If you vote for President Biden, this is what you're voting for. And the reason I say, Mercedes, it's a global crisis, because it's also we're the kindest nation on earth. If there is a flood in Pakistan, it's the American people that donate the most money to help the people overseas, people they don't even know, right? I believe that. I believe we're a kind nation. We want immigrants. We believe in it because we're a nation made up of immigrants. Your mother, your family from Cuba, my mother from Cuba, our families going back in history. But we're not a nation of chaos. We can't sustain the chaos, not only for ourselves, but for the other human beings that are coming across that border. And I do spend a lot of time there, Mercedes. I'm going next week to Central America. I'm going to spend a week in Central America covering this crisis, which is affecting everyone. But remember, there's a humanitarian crisis at the border as well. And these are children and women and men that are being trafficked by some of the worst people on planet Earth. People that could care less about human life and only want to line their pockets. And not only are we allowing them and perpetuating this criminal behavior, but we are allowing our adversaries like China and other nations like Iran and other adversaries, God only knows who, to take advantage of this chaos at the border. That's why we have now 107,000 in 2021 people die of overdose. Fentanyl crisis is killing our children and killing our men and women. And we have the Chinese moving precursor chemicals into Mexico to have pills made to come into the United States that look just like Oxycontin and Percocet. And only one pill can kill. That's why we're seeing this. We're in an irregular warfare. The Biden administration has allowed it to happen. And unless we, as the American people, put a stop to it, it's going to get far worse before it gets better.
Congressman, let me ask you, I kind of feel like Democrats and progressives are more concerned about what pronouns we use than over, like, fighting inflation. What about you?
Well, my pronouns are he and him. I'll just tell you that right now.
My pronoun is American. I don't know about you.
That's
right?
a great one.
Woo!
Well, you know, the border is one of the absolute worst things we've seen. But the day one that Biden took office, he declared war on energy. And being a Texan and representing more petrochemical refining and refinery facilities than any other place, any other district in the entire country, I can tell you that it was devastating to our district there in Southeast Texas. I represent from Houston over to Louisiana. And we absolutely, before Biden took office, I was buying gasoline at less than $2 a gallon. And now, $4, $5. It depends on what city or what state you're in. Washington, D.C. is $7 or $8 a gallon. It's unbelievable. California. And the war that he has declared on fossil fuels. And let me tell you something. I'm all for wind and solar, but it ain't ready for prime time. It is not ready to run the greatest country and the biggest economy in the world's history. We cannot afford to abandon our fossil fuels. It will lay off millions and millions of people. It will bankrupt families. I don't see how our middle-income people can make it these days with this type of prices. He's declared war on agriculture as well. We're seeing that around the world, quite frankly. In Holland, they're getting ready to kill 30% of their livestock. And let me tell you something, we're not far behind with these people in the Biden administration and the bureaucracy that he has. The Biden bureaucracy and the appointments that he has made to his cabinet positions have got to be the worst, most incompetent in the history of our great republic.
Right.
Everything they do. I serve on transportation and infrastructure. And I can tell you, we had Pete Buttigieg He came to speak with us last week in a T&I hearing, and instead of talking about infrastructure and transportation, all he could talk about was racist highways and how we know more about his abortion position than we do about transportation, because he doesn't know a thing about transportation. And when you call certain highways racist and you play the race card in transportation and race card in infrastructure, you're digging pretty deep. Let me tell you something. You are digging really deep to bring racism into transportation and infrastructure. And so until we get a change, and I think we're going to see a change, folks, this coming November in the House and the Senate, but we've unfortunately got 24 plus months of this guy in the White House. We've got to make sure that we have an honest election first, and we've got to make sure that we get a Republican back in there in the White House that has the courage to do the things that we saw President Trump do last time. And if that's President Trump, we want to see someone to come in there that's got the courage to do the things, to put America first, not last. And there you go.
Yes.
President Trump, in my opinion, the best policies, the best. I've never seen a president put America first like President Trump.
And let me tell you, if you're running for office, the best endorsement to get is President Trump. And I'm telling you, the Democrats, they're not campaigning with Biden or Kamala Harris. They're like, y'all stay away from us because they're so unpopular.
Right. They don't even want them on the campaign trail.
And I've been endorsed by President Trump. He called me and gave me his endorsement. So I appreciate that very much.
But he was right about being woke. You brought it up, Mercedes. You were saying, what is your pronoun? I mean, I think that's what we're seeing now, right? We're seeing this kind of radical leftist movement in our schools and on television and at the hearings, and we hear it creeping through our society. And then if you disagree with the radical left, they try to ostracize you, they relegate you to censorship, and their friends in the media like Twitter and Facebook and these big social media giants that we all use because it all became a part of our life, right? We're globally connected and we rely on that. And then all of a sudden we realize, well, wait a minute. We're living really in 1984 in a future where, we have to be awake. We have to know what's going on. And all of these pieces need to fit. I mean, we can't just say because President Biden's been the worst president we've ever seen. I mean, he made Jimmy Carter smile. We were talking about that, but the worst president, that we're going to just win this, that November's going to come and we don't need to do anything, or that 2024 is going to get here and we're going to have a new man in office. That may not necessarily be the case. We can't underestimate what the Democrats are willing and going to try to do and the political machine behind them. And I think that's what makes CPAC so miraculous and important, is that here is a place where we can get together, talk out our issues, work together as a team, and fight to win our country back. And that is absolutely what we have to do.
And
absolutely.
Congressman, let me ask you, when it comes to election integrity, this seems to be an issue that keeps popping up. And I know we travel across the country, and it's very basic things like ensuring we have a voter ID in place. And then you have the Democrats and President Biden where they push for just pretty much anything without protection of the voter. I mean, how do we fight back on what the left is trying to do in terms of fundamentally changing the election system?
This is probably the most important thing that we can do to make sure that we have election integrity for this, not only for this coming November, but for God's sakes, in 2 years in 2024. Absolutely has got to happen. These Republican-controlled states that are swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, there's a number of them out there, Georgia. Those Republicans sitting in those state legislatures have got to stand tall against any of the pressures that they had brought to bear. The great COVID excuse They used COVID to change the election and unconstitutionally change it. I'm one of those bad boys, 147 of us that voted against, we objected to the electoral count. We felt like on January the 6th, we wanted investigations. We wanted investigations and we wanted some answers, and we still have not had answers. And we want to make sure that they have these investigations, and these swing states have got to institute and reform their election process so that they have fair, honest elections, that when someone casts a vote, they know that it's going to count. And if if it's a fraudulent vote, it should not count. We saw 2,000 mules, and I keep hearing over and over again that is a debunked movie. Debunked by who? Debunked by the Democrats. We still haven't seen any evidence that any of that was not true. We had, what do they call it, positioning, geo-positioning with their telephones. They followed them back and forth. They knew. We've seen several states, I think Wisconsin was one of them, where they had over 500 drop boxes that were unmanned. I think it was 528 illegal drop boxes, unmanned, all hours of the night. You've seen the movie. If we don't have an honest election next time, I'll tell you what, the United States of America, if we can't trust our elections, how are we going to have a peaceful transference of power?
Can I jump in?
You wouldn't want election integrity.
I know. We all should. It should be a bipartisan issue to have election integrity and protect legal votes. Okay, Sarah, 2 words. Hunter laptop. Let's add to that. Talk about a big problema for Joe Biden. Hunter's laptop. What happens there?
It should have been a huge problema for Joe Biden in 2020.
Right.
It should have been a huge, but the FBI was too busy. People at high levels covering up and calling it Russian disinformation and allowing that to happen. And that should terrify all of us. And I say this all the time. Look, my husband is here. He's amazing. He's over there with my daughter, a military veteran, almost gave his life on the battlefield in Afghanistan, lost his eyesight there. That's my hero, right? And I say this, I love you. You can stand up, baby. You can stand up. Thank you. It's the most amazing. And I love my family, and I'm going to tell you this. I respect the men and women in uniform. I respect our law enforcement officers. I respect our federally armed agents of the law that we entrust to protect our own national security and our nation. And nothing disturbs me more than when I see that our systems have been weaponized for political purposes. I don't care if you don't like President Trump. That does not give you the right to weaponize the FBI and the DOJ to work against the Constitution of the United States of America that our founding fathers established so that we wouldn't have the problems that we see in other countries that operate like banana republics. So we need to get back to that. We need to get back to what our nation stands for. The Department of Justice needs to be gutted. The FBI needs to be gutted, and senior officials need to be replaced, and that needs to come from the inside out. And what President Trump said in 2016 is absolutely right. There is a swamp in Washington, D.C., and that bureaucracy has been allowed to grow and fester for too long now. Right. Hunter Biden, that should have been public. There should be an investigation. The Biden family is compromised. There is evidence to show that. They are connected to China, to Ukraine. And even if they're not, shouldn't we know the truth?
Yes.
They did that to President Trump.
And the media covered it up. And you had also they wouldn't let us even talk about Hunter Biden. They didn't even investigate into this.
Right, we couldn't even utter the words Hunter Biden.
We could not
because
during the election.
Everybody was so sure.
Covered it up. Yeah.
So when the FBI is telling you and telling me, oh, you got to stop that. That don't go any further down that road. And then we find out Christopher Steele's dossier was a bunch of lies, that they were perpetrating lies that were based on Democratic talking points that were perpetuated by Hillary Clinton and her lawyers and the DNC, and it became a huge problem America was embroiled in for over 5 years. And then we see the truth, which of course is Hunter Biden and his laptop, and then they use it and turn against us and say, no, that's not true. That's disinformation.
If I could just add to that, I can tell you, I serve on the National Security Task Force, the Republican Conference, and I can tell you one thing you're going to start seeing when we get the majority back in January, and that is a lot of hearings. Right now, when we're in the minority, we can't choose a topic for a hearing. All our various committees have hearings on different topics. And we can't choose the topic. We can't choose a witness for the most part. We can't get a bill to the floor.
Right.
We're pretty much just basically having a message. That's all we have. But I can tell you the oversight committees and every single committee that we have in the House of Representatives will be doing oversight hearings of our own, and we will be looking in and we will bring people forward. The FBI doesn't want to do their job, apparently. We've seen that. So we're going to do it for them. Of course, we have to turn the results over to the Department of Justice. Fat chance that they do anything about it. But let me just say this. The next president that's a Republican of the United States of America needs to clean house of the bureaucracy.
They absolutely
That's what has to happen.
Congressman, I just hope Hunter Biden shows up with clothes on when he goes to the hearing. That's the only thing I ask for. So 30
We all do, Mercedes.
30 seconds to each of you as we've delved into Joe Biden's, I think, big problems that he has, and we only got through half of them. What are your thoughts moving forward and your final thoughts on this?
My final thoughts are this. I mean, it's going to be, and I say this every time on my podcast, it's up to the American people. We're in charge, and we have to remember that. It's not about Washington, D.C. We're the boss. We hire them, of course, Congressman, and with all due respect, we hire them to do the work for us as constituents. And until we got to get up off the couch, we got to get involved, we've got to get politically active to ensure that they are doing that job. And when they don't, we got to vote them out and say goodbye. And that is going to make a difference. 2024 cannot come fast enough. And by God, midterms cannot come fast enough. But that requires all of us to do our part and to do our role as Americans is to get out there and vote. And I believe in that wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Congressman.
I didn't think I would ever see the United States of America in this state that we are seeing today. I've served in the U.S. Air Force. I've served in the U.S. Army. My son was a Navy SEAL. My dad was a U.S. Army trooper in the Pacific during World War II. And the debacle we saw in Afghanistan, the withdrawal, and the ramifications and repercussions of that, I don't think you would have seen a Ukrainian invasion by Russia had we had President Trump in there, believe you me. But we have got to have new leadership. The American, I think it was Alexander the Great said, it's not an army of lions led by sheep that I fear. It's an army of sheep led by a lion.
Oh.
We've got to get some lions in the leadership positions of this country. We've got to get some honest government. And it's up, we're a nation by, of, and for the people. The people have got to go to the polls, and they're the ones that have to make this choice. I have people come up and say, Congressman, why do you allow this to happen? How come you can't stop this? How come you're doing this or not doing that? And I say, elections have consequences. And by gosh, they have consequences, and we're living them right today. And every time you go fill your car up, every time you go buy groceries, whenever you see someone having their rights taken away from them, a weaponized DOJ or FBI, the corruption that is going on in this nation is unbelievable. But it can be fixed, and it can be fixed at the ballot box, folks. So we have to do our job, and we have to get a lion to lead this country.
I believe that. We got to do it.
All right.
We don't have a choice.
Well, Lioness and Lion here on stage. Let's give a round of applause for Sarah Carter and Congressman Babin. Thank you so much, both of you.
Thank you.
That was so fun.
Thank you.
You're so wonderful. Congressman, thank you. Thank you.
God bless you.
All right. All right, we've got two more sensational congressmen coming up here to talk about the solutions, and I'm going to introduce them. Let's give a round of applause, Congressman Byron Donalds from the great state of Florida, and Congressman Roger Williams from the great state of Texas. Okay, I think the women in the front almost fainted when they saw Byron, but...
CPAC.
Yeah, right.
Do you see her hand motions over here?
What was it? It was fabulous.
Did you guys see this over here?
No, what was it? What was it?
Woo!
Everybody at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! That's going to be our new CPAC, like, secret handshake, you know? Yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay, guys, gentlemen, it's wonderful to see you. You were with your wife doing the CPAC activism boot camp training. How fabulous was that?
It was just like this.
Yeah.
Activism training was fantastic. There's so many people right here in Dallas, Texas. The conservative movement is alive and well, passionate about everything from education to border security, making sure we get back on track. My wife is right over there, my wife Erica.
There's Erica.
There you go, wave over there.
Stand up, Erica.
Stand up, go ahead. Stand up and wave.
There she
you go.
is.
That's her over there. But it was a great event, and I think the biggest thing is people, of course they're tired, but they want to do something about it. And I think that the conservative movement is prepared to do something about it, and not just in 2022, but in every year to come. The time has come for us to step up, take on this battle, take the country back, save America again.
Again.
We got to save it again. But we're going to do that work starting this November.
Congressman Roger Williams, first of all, I'm a fan of both of you. We were just talking with Sarah and with one of your colleagues, Congressman Babin. We were talking about all the bad problems. I mean, it was dark. It was sad. We didn't even get through half the problems. It was like a list. But here you are. We're the happy warriors. We got to find solutions to these problems. So this is going to be a very tough task. But let's go and break this down. So Congressman Williams, I'll start with you. How do we solve these very complex problems where the Democrats, they can't even define what a woman is. They can't even define what recession is, and they think men can get pregnant. Break it down for me.
That scares me to death. But listen, you know, this is an important time. Every year we've always said, haven't we, that this is the most important election of our lifetime.
Yes,
haven't we said that so many times? I believe this is the most important election of our lifetime. And we've got to have answers. We don't want to just have rhetoric. We got to make sure we don't overpromise. I've said all along, we need to pick 3 or 4 things we can do and make it happen as we go into 2024. But this is serious stuff that we're involved in. Just all the things, Mercedes, that you said. Who would have thought we'd ever be negotiating this or even talking about it? But we're on the right track. We are the party of lower taxes, less government. We try to cut spending, defend borders. This is what we stand for. And we're going to have to start making people understand where what we stand for, and we have to be able to say it. I was in the airport the other day, and when I got off the airplane, people knew that I was on the airplane, about 15 of them, and they began to yell and scream at me with signs and try to follow me up the elevator. And in the past, Byron, I've kind of let it go, right? Because we're peaceful people. We got things to get done. But I had all I could take. And I dropped my briefcase, and I remember thinking to myself, I hope somebody is taping this. Because this woman was yelling at me about this and that, and her body and this and that, and I finally fired back at her. I didn't say anything bad, but I fired back at her with the truth, right? The truth's on our side. We're on the right side. And all of a sudden, she broke down and just started crying. And she said, I've never been talked to by a man like that in my life. Well, I was talking about America and the great things that we have. And her husband took her away. And I tell you that story only because in the past we may not have been fighters. We have been thinkers. But the other side cannot take a punch. They showed me that the other day. They don't have truth on their side. They don't have facts on their side. All they do is lie. And we have to fire back at them, and we have to run through the finish line, and people need to know that the best government is the less government, and all the things we believe in conservative values. But we're on the right side. We have to sell it. We have to punch them back because they can't take a punch. And that's what I would say. That's our charge as we go into this next several months, is to remember who we are, what we are, and we got to make things like tax cuts permanent. That has to happen. We're coming out of the greatest economy we ever saw, and we saw it torn up in 18 months. I'm a small business owner. I employ hundreds of people right next door in Fort Worth, Texas. And I'm old enough, I remember 1981 and high inflation and high interest rates. But we've seen the greatest economy come down now to once very average. We have to build it back. We can, and I think we will. We got the greatest workforce there is in the world if we let them work, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
And we've got and small business we got a great, we can have startups again. Main Street still employs 75% of the workforce, 75% of the payroll is in small businesses. They're being attacked by this guy and Joe Manchin, for crying out loud. And to help small business, he's saying in Main Street, well, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to hire 67 or 87,000 IRS agents. And oh, by the way, don't deduct that interest. But we're helping small business. This is the kind of stuff they lie all the time. We got to fix it. We will fix it by getting the House back in November and then moving forward and getting the White House back in 2024.
Byron, let's talk about this. I think it's going to be a massive red wave. I really do. I think it's going to be loud and clear. We're going to win the House. We're going to win back the Senate. But what are Republicans going to do when they're in power? What do you think are the first, let's say, 2 or 3 agenda items that you think they're going to want to accomplish when they regain
look, let me tell you, the first one is we're going to have to deal with border security. And I'm telling you, this is different. I want to lay this out for everybody. You have immigration policy. That's visas,
yes,
pathways into the country, what do you do about asylum procedures? But then you have border security. You cannot have a country when the drug cartels are making $15 billion a year trafficking people and trafficking fentanyl into the United States. So the number one thing we got to do is, and when we start coming up with spending bills that are going to come up under House Republican control, we have to put in there hard and fast that Joe Biden is not allowed to spend money on allowing the cartel to traffic people into the United States. That our border agents have to have the ability to make determinations of credible fear at the border. Now, what does that mean? What that means is the real policy, the traditional policy has been border agents can, when somebody comes up, they can make a determination right then and there. Is this person actually in fear of their life in the country that they come from? And if they make a determination that the answer is no, the border agent can turn around and send them right back. Under Joe Biden, they said, oh no, that has to be an asylum judge, and that the person coming across the country illegally gets an attorney, and that proceeding doesn't even start for 6 or 7 months, and then the second hearing doesn't start for 6 or 7 years. No, we got to stop all that. House Republicans to do that just through the budget. The second thing we have to get to is in energy. And what we have to do is we have to make sure that this administration actually defends the oil leases and the oil permits that they extend. The radical crazies will give the permit, but then they know they got their buddies on the outside who will sue, and they don't defend it in federal court. We have to demand that they defend those permits in federal court. Because if we're going to be energy independent, you got to let the people who are out there busting their hump, drilling for oil and drilling for gas, they got to have a fair shot to get those holes dug and get that energy out to service the American people. And then we can actually get back to even doing this cool thing, which is like exporting energy across the globe so people aren't reliant on Putin or on Xi Jinping. That's what we need to be doing. There's a couple things that we can get done. Oh, and I'm going to let them clap first. Finish clapping.
Go.
That's good stuff.
Go.
Last one.
Yes.
We're going to have a lot of investigations, y'all. A lot of investigations are coming. And we, for once and for all, are going to get down to the bottom of so many of the problems that have been caused by congressional Democrats and by this White House. because the American people need answers, and we have to get down to the solutions that are going to put our country back on track.
So there's a lot of opinions up here, lots of opinions. But the Congressman, let me ask you this, because I was quite shocked the other day when Joe Biden kind of almost like said that he handled COVID better than President Trump did. And I was like, well, but President Trump was working on Operation Warp Speed, darling, but he's still like, he goes back to attacking President Trump and demonizing President Trump, and then obviously any America First politician. How is it going to work in a gridlock environment when Republicans are a majority in the House and the Senate, and you've got a Democrat president?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it works, but I think our charge, Mercedes, is to give him all he can deal with. Let's see how big a boy he is as far as being a veto president or one that wants to move our country forward, because, remember, we get the House, we get the Senate, the people have spoken, right?
Right.
And they want conservative leadership, and hopefully he will see that and begin to sit down and make a deal. I'm in the car business, okay? So I'm used to making deals. And I just don't see that he will stand up there alone and just veto everything, because as we've talked about, you know, we've got a lot to fix. We've got to undo a lot of what he's done. And unfortunately, he's driven by what President Trump did. And so much of what, you know, the good things that we're talking on the border. Title 42 is a good thing, right?
Absolutely.
Stay in Mexico policy is a good thing. We need to keep all that. I've got a bill to make it permanent. But just because Trump was for it and Trump created it, he's against it. So it's a great question. And it may require some brinkmanship. It may require some salesmanship. But at the same time, he won't be tested unless we as a House and we as a Senate get back to passing conservative legislation that is for the people, by the people, lower taxes, give the economy back to Main Street, give the economy back to consumers that will allow us all to compete for their business instead of competing against the government. So we got to get that message out there. We got to get that legislation out there, and let's just put it on his desk, right? And let's see what he wants to do.
Byron, you talked about energy independence, the critical importance of this. Obviously, we saw President Biden go off to Saudi Arabia begging for oil. And then you've got the bigger threat. You've got the Russia, China, Iran effect.
Yes.
Which is they know that if we keep America if they can keep America weak, that they're winning. So how can Republicans, as we take on these leadership roles, push back on China, push back on Russia, push back on Iran, especially when you know that what you're dealing with is a weak president that hasn't been able to deal with them?
Well, a couple things. One, we need to lead on ending this foolishness with electric vehicles and solar panels and wind farms. This is foolishness, folks. It does not work. My good buddy Roger's talking about making a deal. Well, what kind of deal is it for us to take our treasure and give it to China in exchange for batteries? That is dumb. That's just dumb stuff.
That is dumb, yeah.
So what we need to do is, America, we need to go back in time a little bit and reinvigorate an energy that we actually taught the world how to create, and that's nuclear power. We need to actually expand our nuclear capabilities in the United States. We need to bring back the mining and enrichment of uranium, and even using thorium and molten salt reactors here in the United States, instead of getting uranium from Russia, which is where most of the world gets their enriched uranium from. We need to do that here at home. If you do that, you start taking care of your Russia problem. If you stop getting all these batteries and solar panels, which, by the way, now we know that the solar panels, when you get rid of them, they actually leach into the groundwater and they contaminate groundwater. Instead of doing that, how about we build our domestic energy capacity here at home so it is cheap, it's reliable. Oh, and by the way, folks, that thing, nuclear power, it's actually greener than solar panels. It's greener than solar energy. It's greener. And it's readily available. We can do that. So that stops us sending money to the Chinese. It stops us having to buy uranium from the Russians. It puts us on the capacity to lead the world when it comes to expanding on nuclear innovation. It's amazing stuff. I've been learning this for the last year and a half. It's great stuff. Oil and natural gas, we should be exporting liquid natural gas to Europe to get Europe off of the teat of Russia.
Okay.
That's what we got to do. We should be exporting that to them. We can do that stuff. Now, how do you get this all to happen? You put pressure, like Roger was saying, on the current president of the United States. This man is terrible at his job. And he's bad. He's terrible at his job, and he is so weak that if House Republicans and Senate Republicans don't seize this moment to put pressure on him and make him make decisions, then we have not done our job.
So, as we're talking about solutions, I think one of the things one of the topics that keeps coming up is Joe Biden mentally fit to be president?
No.
No.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. I apologize.
I don't think any of his cabinet is. But he's not.
I mean, when he's reading off the cue card and he's like, "You should be seated now," it's like, what are they doing? It's really bad staff work. Let me ask you a question on regulations, because as we know, regulations plays a huge role in, if you're putting these burdensome regulations on the energy industry, on businesses, it creates a huge havoc in investing in these businesses. What do you think is, and bring this also, not only the regulations piece, but the ESG component that these corporations are embracing left and right?
So regulations are killing small business. They're killing all businesses. Here's an interesting statistic. Since Biden has come into office, he's put $200 billion worth of regulations on small business. $200 billion. 130 million hours is required to deal with the $200 billion in regulations. President Trump took all that away. Biden has added that. So if you're a bank or you're a business, you're now all of a sudden finding yourself hiring a compliance officer as opposed to maybe a loan officer that can do business, you see. So the regulations, and people don't think about that, but they literally choke businesses. And they cost jobs because you have to hire people that are not generate income for your business. You have to lay people off, and so it's a real disaster. And they're going to continue to put more and more out there for us. So that's what a challenge is, and it's what they've done. But if you think of $200 billion and 130 million man-hours, that's pretty rough. And can I have 10 seconds?
Yes.
To change gears one second?
Yes.
I want to talk about EV vehicles. Can I say that?
Yes, please.
EV vehicles are a disaster, and they're phony, okay? I'm in the car business. I'm in the car business for 51 years. Nobody comes in and wants an EV vehicle. They don't ask for it. And they have forced these manufacturers to go woke, and they have gone for it. I'm talking about GM. I'm talking about Chrysler. I'm talking about Ford, all the others. And they've bid into this, and they're not sellable. They are not going to be competitive. I've said all along, if you live in Texas, you live right here, and you want to take a jet ski, a boat, or a horse trailer to Midland, Texas, you're never going to get there. And they want the government to put out the charging stations when that ought to be the job of the private sector, like they did with gas stations back in the 20s. And if we all know if the government owns the charging stations, they're going to get vandalized and they won't work, okay? So I'm just telling you, I have to touch on this because I'm in the business. EV vehicles are a ripoff. Now, if customers want one, then let us make one, okay? But consumers have to tell us what we want as a dealer. I need to sell what you want, not what the government wants you to have. So I'm pretty passionate about the EV vehicles. Don't fall for it. It's not going to work. If you want one, we should make it, but no government subsidies, because they're going to have to pay me to sell it, and they're going to have to pay the manufacturer to make it, and the taxpayers in the end are going to be footing the bill. It's a disaster.
It's
so
like
you have an opinion.
I know.
He has an opinion on electric vehicles,
It's like
folks.
a perfect TV ad. I can see it now. Byron, you know, we've seen the supply chain crisis, which apparently was supposed to be solved months ago. And then we run into baby formula shortages.
Yes.
With the missteps that the Biden administration knew about it ahead of time and did nothing, or not even warn parents about it. I mean, parents are concerned. What is going to be the solution? How do we handle this?
Well, look, I know Pete Buttigieg, when he went on paternity leave, you know, he had some baby formula. I know he might have had his supply. But look, this is a real tragedy. And the reality is that there are serious reforms that have to be done at the FDA. And this administration is not going to do it. When you have a situation where parents can't get baby formula, like I used to buy the baby formula in my house, love you honey, but I did. I went out and bought it. I know what it is. I have to go find the formula. And you have to keep the same formula. You can't switch.
Yeah.
Because the baby will reject it.
Right.
So when you do this across the country and you don't have a plan in place, you have a situation where children might have lower birth growth rates, lower brain development over the long term. This is a serious tragedy for infants. What you have to do is some serious reforms at the FDA. They cannot shut down plants without a pathway in order to make sure the supply that is needed continues. If we had an administration that thought about supply chains instead of all this woke foolishness, we would have had a plan. As much as they like to say, and Joe Biden said this about 3 years ago, oh, there was no plan, there was no plan. This guy is the guy with no plans. We're moving from crisis to crisis to crisis. It's going to take Republican leadership to make sure we have those. Quick point on ESG. ESG is fascism. That is what this stuff is. It is fascism. When you have knuckleheads in the bureaucracy who've never run a business, who've never really had a real job, and now they get to set the standards for what societal goals are, what energy goals are, they are no better than a Politburo who's going to try to design an economy, and these guys are dummies and don't know even how to work in an economy, let alone how to design an economy. It's fascism. We should never allow it. So we have bills. There are bills in Congress that Republicans are working on to get rid of ESG. We have bills, actually, I have a bill with my colleague French Hill from Arkansas about getting the full employment mandate out of the Federal Reserve and getting the Federal Reserve back to just a stable prices mandate so we don't have these crazy inflations ripping through our country. Those are the solutions that we're working on.
Congressman, what are we going to do about big tech and censorship when Republicans take power?
Well, I think we need to go full speed into it, and we need to make sure voices are heard and not heard. We've seen how they can control the whole media operation, and they say things about one person, don't say things about the other. And we see things happening right now that if it was our side, for example, it would be front page, it would be everywhere. They'd be attacking all of us. So, we've got to get back to where people can say things and get reported properly, and that big tech does not control everything. And they got a good partner, Joe, and really they got a good partner in this administration. And we need to eliminate that partnership and let everybody play on the same playing field.
And Byron, how do we stop critical race theory from being taught in our schools? How do we stop this crazy gender ideology? I mean, this is a big problem that I don't think parents would have ever imagined that they would have to deal with.
No, listen, I know, there's no way in hell my mother would have allowed this to happen. I'm telling you right now, my mother wouldn't have allowed this. Not her. Meredith P. Brown, no way. This never would have happened. The biggest thing is, and this is not just federal, this is federal, state, local.
Yes.
You have to get with your county commissions, your school boards, your state legislatures, and they need to make sure that when they do these diversity, equity, and inclusion seminars that every government office does and a lot of corporate offices are now doing, that they're not being run by these woke nonprofits that subscribe to critical race theory. That's how that stuff has gotten into so many of our institutions. In the military, one of the other key things House Republicans need to make sure gets done is that we are no longer funding this woke ideology in our military.
Amen.
Our military men and women have one job: secure the nation and kill the enemy when it's time to kill the enemy. That is their job, no more, no less. Okay. So that's what we got to do to get it out of our institutions.
I'm giving you 30 seconds each. My happy warriors, we're solving problems. How are we going to fire Pelosi?
Ooh.
Go, Congress.
How are we going to fire Pelosi? We're going to outvote them in November, right? She's going to be gone, okay? And it can't come soon enough. But let me tell you, this is our generation's Valley Forge. I really believe this. This really is our most important election. We are here on this earth to save this country right now.
Amen.
And we must fight till I had a football coach in college say you fight them on the ice and you fight them till hell freezes over. Let's go, right? But what I'm saying to you is this is important, and we've got to stand up, and we've got to understand this is socialism. Don't be afraid of that word. It's socialism. It's fascism. It's all the above that's attacking this precious freedom and liberty that we have in this country. This country is over 200 years old, as we all know, and look, and it's done really well over those periods of time. And look how how hard it is to keep democracy, what's happened the last 18 months, right? It's very precious. We got to fight for it. And yesterday's gone forever, tomorrow never comes. It's all about the present. Amen. And it's the present because it's a gift from God. This is our gift to stand up, say we're not taking it anymore. We love our country. America is the greatest country in the world. Let's keep it that way.
All right, you got to try to beat that.
You got me ready to suit up, Coach. Coach, you got me ready to suit up. Listen, this is very simple. You got to get out and vote, and you better get your family out to vote, and you better get your friends out to vote. We are watching halfway around the globe. The Ukrainian people are staring the Russian military in the face because they want to defend their sovereignty. And they're not worried about it not being fair. They're not worried about how the Russians got more equipment. They're fighting, and they're laying everything on the line to defend their country. If they're willing to do that here in the United States, the least we could do is show up and vote. So let's show up and vote. Let's get rid of Pelosi. Let's take back the House, and let's save America.
Amen.
That's it.
All right.
Good job.
Okay, so our final CPAC handshake. 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Congressman Byron Donalds, Congressman Roger Williams, thank you both so much, and let's do this.
Are struggling, yet the political discourse in Washington doesn't reflect that fact. Could this be because our national conversation is being manipulated? Leftist big tech and the liberal media dominate and regulate our public speech. Conservatives can't let the left control the next frontier of social media technology. The Liberty Metaverse challenges the liberal stranglehold on the public square. 93% of CPAC attendees agree that conservatives need to be active in the metaverse to counter the left.
Hi everyone, this is Ryan McEnany. I am here to tell you about a fun project I've been working on. It's called The Right Stuff. It is a conservative, invite-only dating app. There is nothing worse than when you start to develop feelings for someone or you're on a date and you realize they're a Democrat. That's a non-negotiable in my book. So The Right Stuff is going to help with that. Sign up today by going to joinrightstuff.com. Again, that's joinrightstuff.com.
How did America become so un-American? Why do we let big tech control what we read, what we hear, and what we say? This is not who we are. With Parler, we can be a nation where freedom of speech reigns supreme, where we can agree to disagree, where we can be who we truly are. The First Amendment came first for a reason. Download the app today from the Apple App Store or go to parler.com. Parler. Speak freely.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's back to the 1970s. Please welcome former CEO Papa John's Pizza, Papa John Schnatter.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Mercedes. Thank all of you all for your courage to be here. I think it's outstanding. Who loves pizza? Yeah, who loves freedom? Yeah. If it wasn't for freedom, wouldn't be no pizza. Wouldn't be no Papa John's, that's for sure. But hey, we got record inflation, record gas prices, interest rates going through the roof. We're weak on the foreign front. And what I'm referring to is the 1970s. Jimmy Carter, there you go, Ford. not the 2020s. In the 70s, I was a dishwasher at Rocky Sub Pub at $2.30 an hour, and that's where I learned to make pizzas when I was 15. But the things I remember most is my father was a serial entrepreneur, and he got through the UK school selling hot dogs on a hot dog stand, so he was an entrepreneur, and he had 6 businesses in the 70s, and they all went bankrupt. High regulation, high fuel, anti-business, and attitude against the entrepreneur. And the toll it took on me to this day, the scarring, was just immense. And all of a sudden, you know, we had to live with this every day. And you can't really have empathy for anybody unless you've walked a mile in their shoe. And I don't know if any of you have ever been bankrupt or had, you know, kind of been at the end of the rope. It's the worst feeling in the world. And we lived that in the 70s. And I look at the poor entrepreneurs today in the 2020s, and I reflect back on just what they have to deal with regulation, printing of money, inflation, but that we have a mindset from a commander-in-chief who's really anti-entrepreneur. And entrepreneurship is not the thing. Entrepreneurship is everything. Everything we have in America in the capitalistic system starts with an entrepreneur. It's an idea, it's an innovation, it's creativity, it's a better, more efficient way to do something. Then all of a sudden, 1980 comes along. And what's the saying is that if you don't learn from history, you repeat the mistakes. I would argue that the key is to learn from history and don't repeat those mistakes. And Reagan comes along. He's pro-business. He's pro-entrepreneur. He's lowers rates by half, takes inflation down half, fuel prices drop. And all of a sudden we have this magical time, as he called it, the shining city on the hill. What were Reagan's 9 words that were the most dangerous words in the English language? I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. You know, the guy got the joke. I mean, he was a superstar. And then 84, Papa John's. That's when we came up. We're in a broom closet. We got $1,600. And we had a dream of making a better pizza. And, I mean, the tailwind we had by having leadership and having an economy and having pro-entrepreneur and pro-business mindset, how lucky was I? Here I am, you know, in a broom closet, my dad's tavern, and we had $1,600 to end up building 5,000 stores. We're doing $4 billion a year. But we thought we could do it because we were in an environment that we could do it. And I just felt so lucky and fortunate to be in the environment I was in the 80s versus today in the environment that my dad was in the 70s. The thing we're up against is kind of a linear equation. I call it the evil elite left. Gates, Soros, Schwab. I mean, we'll just take one exhibit, the food supply. The pharmaceutical, the processed food that the FDA shouldn't really approve. It doesn't kill you, but it really does make you sick. And then the same 5 groups that own the processed foods also own the pharmaceutical companies that they get you on because they're not sick. So there's 5 entities that really control media, academia, and everything else. It's those 5 evil entities. And you can always tell when they're active in what they're doing. It goes back to 1918, the Frankfurt Institute, where the concept was fascism, Marxism, but destroy, 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 disrupt, 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 without any solution. They started out in the 40s where they attacked the middle class, 60s and 70s with the sex revolution, the culture in the 90s and 2000, and now they're attacking our youth. Whether it's sex trafficking on the border, illegal drugs coming through the border, the CRT, vaccines to 5-month-olds or 5-year-olds, everything they do, they're trying to disrupt their youth because if you're going to create a global economy, you've got to have America to participate. And the only way America is going to participate is if we're discombobbled or we're in disarray, we're in a position of weakness. And the evil forces at the top, because it is a battle now between good and evil, is that we must protect our youth. Our youth is our future. Our children are our future, and they know that. And our children are under attack. So I end this with a little bit of a note. Okay, what's the solution? You have this linear tug of war. They throw a dart, a missile, we throw a missile back. You take something like, okay, the left wants security. The right wants freedom. And we fight over those two things. That's just one aspect of what we fight over. And then the government puts in bad policy right down the middle. It doesn't really solve the problem. And I would argue that we have the right ideology. We have truth in God, free markets, free enterprise, which enhances the betterment of humanity. We have that on our side. That's a good thing. But I think if we're going to change the world, we have to change ourselves. It's not only what we say, it's not only what we do, it's who we become as a nation. The outer work can never be small if the inner work is great, and the outer work can never be great if the inner work is small. The tug of war is a very low vibration, low frequency game that it's a pluses. It's a game that they're going to win because of numbers. A higher vibration game, one of joy, compassion, kindness, mutual respect, enlightenment. That's a game when we increase each of our individual vibration and we increase this PAC, the CPAC vibration, and we increase our party, then we together can change the world. And I know we have to fight the good fight. I have liberal friends. I love them. They think like buffoons. They think arithmetic's an opinion. They're full of anger. I ask them, are you angry because you're stupid, or are you stupid because you're angry? And the answer is the latter. They're stupid because they're angry. There's a jealousy aspect, a hatred, envy, a shame, guilt aspect that keeps them from functioning at a higher level of rationality. It's not their fault. It's not an intellect issue. It's a level of awareness. And so if we want to increase awareness, if we want to be a tractor like Reagan, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha, if we want to be a tractor, we have to change ourselves. If we want to be the pilot light that relights that shining city on the hill, we have to change ourselves. It's not what we say, it's not what we do, it's who we become. We have to have more compassion, more joy, more consideration, more understanding. That in itself will destroy the other side. Because when you're aligned with the right ideology, you're aligned with principles. If there's two attributes you want on your side, it's God and truth. Those are the two strongest characteristics you can have. You combine that with awareness and a consciousness to really see and understand and love, we will win this battle. We will win this war, and we will keep that light on that shining city on top of the hill. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Texas way. Please welcome, from the great state of Texas, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick.
Welcome back to CPAC once again. I had the privilege of speaking last year, and it's an honor to be here today. I want to ask, how many from Texas? How many of you from somewhere else who want to be from Texas? We welcome you anytime. You're obviously conservative. Sean Hannity is coming up next. Donald Trump will be here on Saturday. And you know, I don't know what's going to happen in 2024. I was privileged to be the chair of the Trump campaign for Texas in 16 and 20, and we've gotten to become close friends. And I know this, that if he's running, I'm all in. But if he's not running, whoever takes up that mantle, he or she better take on the MAGA agenda, because no one in the White House in the history of this country has done so much in 4 years. You're going to hear a lot of speeches over the next couple of days, and there are really 4 types of speeches. There's the speech that comes out and says what you want to hear because they want you to cheer. There's a speech that comes out and arrogant elected officials, particularly in the other party, want to tell you what they think you need to hear. They lecture you. There's the informational speech, which gives you facts and figures. And then there's the speech from the heart. I'm going to speak from the heart today because I feel we're at a time in our country where we are at that point where we can lose this great nation. It's going to depend on 2022 and 2024 whether America survives. I've got 7 grandkids. I serve in this position. I'm proud and I'm honored to be your lieutenant governor, but I serve for all of your grandchildren and all of your children and all of you. But everything is on the line. Look at how Biden and the Democrats have destroyed this country with just a 50-50 number in the Senate. Only a few vote majority in the House. And look how they've ruined this nation in 18 months. Imagine if they had even more power. Every right that's been given, all those inalienable rights that our founders talked about, will be taken away. We in Texas, by the way, since most of you are from Texas, have to come together. We've got to come together as one. We had a lot of people in the primaries. I had 5 people against me. Abbott had 8. Paxton had 3. Senators had opponents. That's democracy. That's what primaries are about. But when it's over, we are not the enemy. We must come together as one. We must do that in Texas. Because make no mistake, this election in November is not going to be an easy election. When I said I want to talk from the heart, what I want to focus on is where we are as a nation of believers. You know, there's a poll out back in June, the Gallup company, they're great pollsters. They did a poll. 95% of conservatives believe in God. Okay? 95%. 72% of Democrats believe in God. Only 67% of liberals believe in God. And sadly, only 60-some% of young people believe in God. We were a nation founded upon not the words of our founders, but the words of God, because He wrote the Constitution. He empowered them. We were a Christian state, and we've been blessed because of that for so many years. You know, I think about, you all have seen a motorcycle with a sidecar, or you've seen a picture of one. And I don't know about you, but when I was younger, I had my hands on the motorcycle. I was in the seat. There was no one in the sidecar. I was driving. Had a lot of bumps, made a lot of wrong turns, had a few crashes. One day I decided maybe I should invite God in the sidecar with me because I needed some help. You ever been there? But then I realized my position should be in the sidecar and He should be on the cycle. I should be following Him. I should follow on his path. Now, we know as believers, the Bible's promised, and I believe every promise that Jesus made in the New Testament, I believe the words of the Old Testament, that it does not ensure a smooth road ahead. It does not assure of a trajectory that takes us to the top. But we do know where we're going. And if we're in God's plan and he's in charge and his hands are leading that motorcycle down the path, then we're on the right path. You know, when I ran for lieutenant governor back in 2014, a lot of people said I couldn't win. And I wanted to win, of course. I'm a very competitive person. But I got in that race and I said, if I lose, then God has another plan for me, and this is part of that journey. And, you know, Scripture says, the horse is made ready for battle, but the victory is the Lord's. But we have to be ready for battle. We have to be ready for the fight, because we are not in a fight any longer of Republicans and Democrats of the old days. We're in a fight of lightness and darkness. We're in a fight of powers and principalities. The Democrats not only don't want God on the motorcycle steering it, they don't want him on the sidecar, they want to leave him beside the road. Look what they stand for. Now, look, as Republicans, we don't always get it right. We're not perfect. But I believe when we take a stand for things, we stand for things we actually believe in. That we don't do it for political reasons. I'm not pro-life because it's good politics. I'm pro-life because I believe a baby is born in the image of God, and every baby should be saved. I'm not taking a position of boys not playing girls' sports for political reasons. I think it's anti-woman. I think it's unfair to young women. And we passed that bill in the Texas Senate, so that doesn't happen here. We passed the heartbeat bill. We passed the bill to stop boys from playing girls' sports. And we're not foreclosing our border because we don't want to help people from other countries. We just know a country has to have boundaries, and that we can't not have the whole world come here. You know, in another 10 years, somewhere close to 15 to 20% of all people in America will have come here illegally. And we're not for guns because we like guns. We do. I mean, I got a lot of them. But we're for them because we know that's what protects us from tyranny of the government. That's why. The Democrats, they take positions to get votes. I know Democrats. I know a lot of Democrats. They don't think boys should play girls' sports, but they're afraid to vote. They don't think parents shouldn't have a choice where to send their children to school. And you know why? Because most of the Democrats in office send their kids to private school. So we are standing on the right side of issues. And we cannot forget that in this election. When some will say, well, maybe we need to take a step back. No, we need to take a step forward. We just need to come as one. You know, 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, if my people who are called by my name. Now, let's break that down. Who are his people? I used to think once upon a time his people were all Americans. But of course Americans want a great America. Well, half this country the left does not believe in the America that we believe in. They're Marxist, socialist, communist. It's obvious. So it's not all America. Who are his people? If my people who are called by my name, those are Christians he's talking about. If my people will humble themselves and pray, turn their face to me, ask for forgiveness, and promise to turn from their wickedness, and ask me to heal their land, I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive them for their sins, and I will heal their land. We have a great Republican Party in Texas and in America. We're a red country. You know, if you look at all the maps, states are starting to look alike. Texas is all red except the big cities. Pennsylvania is all red except the big cities. Georgia is all red except the big city of Atlanta. Ohio's all red. It's rural and suburban Texas that will save Texas and save America. Look, you cannot have a strong America without a strong Texas. Texas is the America that all America used to be. That's why 1,000 people a day move here. We still believe in those values and principles. So I'm going to ask you to do something that maybe no one's ever done. I respect all faiths, all denominations, all religions. We're all God's people. But I take God at His word. He said, if you will do these things, I will heal your land. We need a God healing in this country in 2022 and 24. We need to persuade our friends and tell our friends why the Democrats are just wrong on these issues. And it's bad for the family. It's bad for their family. It's bad for our country. It's bad for our economy. It's bad for their future. So if you'd stand with me for right now, if you would you all stand with me and pray that prayer? And maybe we did this at the Texas Convention, and we had thousands of people who stood. Just repeat after me. Lord, I believe in you. You said if I would humble myself and turn my face to you and pray and turn from my wicked ways, that I would be forgiven and that you would hear me from heaven and you would heal our land. Lord, we're reaching out to you now. We don't need you in the sidecar. We need you on that motorcycle, taking us down that path that built this great nation. In your name we pray, amen. I believe the Lord heard us. I believe He heard us. I believe He will heal this nation because we will rise up. Are we going to keep Texas red? Are we going to take back Congress? Are we going to take back the U.S. Senate? And are we going to take the White House back in 2024? Remember this, America needs a leader, and Texas is the leader they're looking for. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ready to get things started? CPAC, how y'all doing? I can't hear you.
Our economy is imploding. Food prices are soaring. Gas prices at record levels. You are a radical, murdering, supporting fascist. You're one sick, miserable, evil SOB. Well, thank you for coming on anyway. You have a president struggling with even speaking basic, simple tasks, putting sentences together.
Does that make any sense to anybody, or is it just me?
The idea that with the nature not
With respect to Sean Hannity, I didn't know that he had invited me for a beer. His opinion of me does not seem to be very high.
We still have Americans behind enemy lines. By the way, we're in the Oval Office. This is the Oval Office.
I'll put Mr. Burgess up against Sean Hannity. They'll tear him up.
The governor of the no-income tax state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis. Governor, good to see you. Thank you for coming. You're very angry and defensive. I'm just trying to ask a question here. Barack Obama goes to your church. This administration is nothing but a dumpster fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sean Hannity.
Hello, Texas. How y'all doing? You doing all right? Last year, I missed CPAC, and I missed it a lot. You know what I love about CPAC? I love all the young people that come here because they're the future of this great country. And our job is to hand off to you a better country than we received, and we are confident that you will do the same to the next generation. Right? You know, did you like the intro, the part where I had Joe Biden? Isn't it kind of hard to imagine 18 months ago we didn't have this decrepit, this weak, this frail, this senile, cognitive mess as a president of the United States? Can you believe, well, that's 18 months ago. How did that happen? We got to get our country back. Now, I'm going to have one overriding theme in all of this. I know we've been through primaries. I know a lot of you very passionately support one candidate over another candidate. But first of all, can we please get the people of Arizona to get their Adam Schiff together? Can they count the votes? They haven't counted votes in 48 hours. We still don't know if Kari Lake won that race for governor. Why not? How do we expect to have integrity in our elections if they can't count the votes in 24 hours? Right? These are things that we should be able to fix and fix easily. I actually brought some things. You have to guess who said these things. I love this place. What's not to love about Vermont? Who said that? Joe Biden. Where did he say it? New Hampshire. You can't make this up. Poor kids, just as bright and talented as white kids. Who said that? Pretty amazing, isn't it? By the way, my favorite Joe Biden moment might be this. He finishes, doesn't know where to go as usual. And he hasn't done that just once, he's done that twice. I mean, you got to work hard at shaking air. Who's there? I got a few more Bidens, then we'll get into some serious stuff. So a man asks about Hunter, and then Joe Biden challenges the guy to a push-up contest. Now, let me get this straight. The guy that fell not once, not twice, but 3 times climbing up the stairs to Air Force One wants to have a push-up contest with anybody? Man, when my daughter was 4, she could win that. And then I don't know what's worse, the fact that our president can't climb the stairs without falling down 3 times, or his press secretary in the plane says it was very windy outside. Is it worse that he fell, or is it worse that the wind blew him over? I don't know what's worse. There's your President Joe Biden. And then he said in a debate, the only African-American woman elected to the United States Senate endorsed him. Kamala was running with him. And there had already been previously an African-American woman senator, but he gets that wrong. He says a lot of dumb things. You can't work at a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. Could you imagine if any one Republican ever said that? What the reaction would be? It would be insane. I could do this all day, but I don't want to waste my time. I want to talk to you about something that's a little bit important and also a little bit of fun. We all love our country, right? Everybody here, we love our... We live in the greatest, single best country, I believe, God has ever given man, right? Right? We believe as conservatives in something that is called natural law. What's natural law? Natural law is a pretty simple concept. We have our Declaration. Joe doesn't know it. You do. Much smarter crowd here than any other Democratic event. They're all full of Adam Schiff. If you say Schiff fast enough, people think I'm saying shit, but I'm not. That's the whole point of it. People call up the radio station. He just cursed on the air. No, he said Adam Schiff. Can you tell the difference? But here's the beauty of what we stand for, what this movement stands for. And this is the movement that will save this country and get this country back on track. Because we all know what has happened in the last 18 months cannot continue. The country cannot survive with these failed policies.
And it's simple. I can tell you in a minute what it means to be a conservative, right? Then I'll go into more detail. What do we believe as conservatives? We believe in liberty, right? And if you disagree, just scream it out. I'll bring you on stage and debate you. We believe in liberty, right? We believe in freedom. We believe in capitalism. We believe in our precious Constitution. That includes Amendment number 1 and Amendment number 2. That includes all the amendments. Hang on, my mic thingy here fell off. We'll get into that. Sarah Carter is in the house. Stand up, Sarah. Look at this. And Mercedes Schlapp is in the house. Give it up for Mercedes. So we believe in liberty, we believe in freedom, we believe in capitalism, we believe in our Constitution, we believe in lower taxes, we want less bureaucracy. We want government to get the hell out of the way and let us bring that natural talent that God gave us to fruition. This is not complicated. Conservatism is not complicated, especially if you believe in the concept of natural law, which is that, you know, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by the thing. You know, the thing. I'm watching that and I'm saying, holy Adam Schiff. That's the President of the United States. That thing, God, our Father, the creator of everything. Rights come from God, not from government. That's what we believe. So we want lower taxes, we want less bureaucracy. It's not complicated so far. Then we want a few other things. We believe in the rule of law. We believe in law and order, so every town and every city in America is safe and secure, because you cannot pursue happiness if you don't have safety and security in your town and in your city where you live. And you see an explosion of crime all over the country, broad daylight, New York. How is this defund, dismantle, no bail law mentality, mindset of the left, how has that served the people in this country? It's been an unmitigated disaster. We believe in, not only that, we believe that our kids deserve, it is our responsibility to give them a good education. And I'm not talking about CRT, and I'm not talking about gender identity. There are other people that can teach them that. There are these other creatures, they're called mommy and daddy, parents. That's their responsibility to instill values in their own kids, right? That's what we believe. We pay more per capita for an education than any other industrialized country in the entire world, with the worst results imaginable. You know, back when Ronald Reagan was president, they had a landmark study. It was called The Nation at Risk. And what they concluded was, what has happened to the educational system in America, were it done by an outside entity or force or country, would be tantamount to an act of war. And it's gotten worse. We spend more per capita on education, per student, any other country in the industrialized world, with the worst results. So let's go back. We believe in liberty, freedom, capitalism, our Constitution, lower taxes, less bureaucracy. We believe in law and order, safety, security. We believe in choice in education. And we also believe in legal immigration, not illegal immigration. Did you ever think we'd have a lawless president of the United States of America like we do now, that not only is aiding and abetting in the law breaking that is going on, and you all know it down here in Texas as well as anybody, right? Have you all experienced illegal immigration, what's happening down here? We're setting record after record after record, but it used to be catch and release. Now it's catch, process, give better preferential treatment to illegal immigrants, and that means no COVID tests. They didn't get no vaccine mandates if you come in here illegally. You get a Joe Biden phone, and then you get a free plane ride to some other state in the dark of night, and then that state is forced to take care of every need you have: housing, food, clothing, education, health care. We pay for all of that. So we believe in immigration. All four of my grandparents came to Ellis Island, and I'm a product of legal immigration. Most of you have similar stories to tell. We believe, and this probably is the biggest issue to me more than any other issue. You know, I prefer the guy that gave us $2 a gallon gasoline. I prefer the president that for the first time in 75 years made us energy independent. I prefer the guy, now some people got upset with Donald Trump because he used to send out very mean tweets to a very corrupt media that lied about him for 3 years. If I got lied about for 3 years, I would think they're corrupt as hell like he does, wouldn't you? So you think about it. I want America not only to be energy independent again, to be energy dominant. How is it possible we live in a time and a place and an era where we have more natural resources domestically with gas, natural gas, oil, and coal, and we got a president that is begging repeatedly OPEC to increase their output, and they keep saying no? How is it we have a president that wants to make Russia rich again? He imported 684 million barrels of oil from Russia last year. How is that possible? We've got more oil, more natural gas, more coal than all of these countries put together. How is it that he wants to do another Iranian deal, and all the Iranian mullahs do is threaten to blow Israel and the United States off the face of the earth? How is that possible? Why would, in God's name, would you ever send an emissary to Venezuela to negotiate with that murdering dictator thug and make Venezuela rich again? And if you think Saudi Arabia is a pariah nation, and you think MBS killed journalist Jamal Khashoggi, why would you go over to Saudi Arabia and kiss the ass of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia? I wouldn't do it. And neither would Donald Trump. And neither, I think, would any Republican president. And this is where our ideas now begin to flow. If you think about every single problem that this country is currently facing, every single one of them is preventable. And the good news is, starting in November, if all of us put aside our petty differences, there's some people that supported this candidate and that candidate and this, we unite as a party behind certain principles. And that's liberty, freedom, that's capitalism, that's our Constitution. We believe in law and order. We believe in choice in schools. We believe in secure borders. We believe in energy independence. We believe in something called peace through strength, and build up the biggest, meanest, toughest, baddest military on the face of the earth. If we fight future conflicts, no longer should America be sending our national treasure into 20-year quagmires. If you're going to fight the son of a bitch, kick their ass, win the war, and get the hell out. Not that hard. Peace through strength, free and fair trade, and you know, all the Democrats have, it's going to be the same. We can all predict what they're going to run on this election season. It's simple. They're going to try and run on abortion is illegal in America. Well, go tell that to the people of Kansas, because it's not illegal in America. And it's not going to be illegal in New York. Can you believe I'm so stupid I live in New York? I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Why am I up here? God bless Texas. Right? What's that? Everyone says, God bless Texas. Oh, trust me, my next contract, line number 1, I get to leave. That's in there. But you think about if it's the border, we can fix the border. If it's inflation, this is the single best opportunity energy we have to not only be the masters of our own destiny. Think of it from this perspective. Rather than deal with countries that absolutely, positively hate our guts, like the ones that I mentioned, and beg them for more production, if we would be energy independent and then take it a step further, become energy dominant around the world. Now, we should have learned from Western Europe. We saw their dependence on Vladimir Putin and Russia and energy to the point where, and Donald Trump warned Merkel about this, why are you making Putin and Russia rich again? You are allowing him to control your destiny. If America is energy independent, it doesn't matter what happens in the Straits of Hormuz. If America is energy independent, it doesn't matter what goes on in the Middle East, except that we, I believe, have a responsibility to protect our ally and the only democracy in the region, which is Israel. If we're energy independent, we create high-paying career jobs for Americans in the energy sector. And those jobs, they will train you, these oil companies, to be a truck driver. You start out at $100 grand a year. They'll give you a place to live and all the overtime you can take. That's not a bad start in life for a young guy that maybe doesn't want to go to college. Pretty good start. If we're energy dominant, then we could take all of that natural gas. We have over 200 years worth of known supplies available. And then we ship it over to our Western European allies. We find a way to get it over there. And then America not only is energy dominant, but then why do you think Saudi Arabia is so rich? Why are all these Middle Eastern countries so rich? Why was Venezuela way back in the day so rich? Because they had energy. We've got more than all of them put together. So it's good for national security. It's good for job creation. We have this other little problem that's been going on. It's called inflation. And every month I keep hearing it's transitory. It's not transitory. Just like the recession is a real recession. 2 quarters of negative growth, that equals a recession. We are living in a recession. The recession was caused by Joe Biden and the climate alarmist cult that want you to think that the world is going to end in 12 years. Now, AOC said that 2 years ago. And my feeling is, if it really was going to end in 12 years, I'd say the hell with it all. Let's have one big party for the last 10 years. And then we'll all go home and see Jesus together, or at least half of us will. I can't speak for what y'all are doing in your private life. But again, all of these problems were preventable, all of them are fixable. You want to fix the problem at our border? How hard would it be to put back in place the Stay in Mexico policy? How hard would it be to finish building the wall? How hard would it be to do these simple things? And look, with immigration, I don't care where you come from. I just ask that you do it legally. And anybody that's going to come to America, one, should have a background check to make sure you don't have radical associations. Two, you need a health check. You might not know it, but we just came through. We're still in the middle of a pandemic. In the middle of a pandemic, I think you need to prove that you're healthy. And number three, you need to be able to prove that you're not going to be a financial burden on the American people because we can't afford it. And lastly, you secure the borders. We're losing, and Sarah has reported on this extensively, hundreds of thousands of our national treasure. It's called fentanyl. It's called heroin. It's called opioids. 95% of it comes in across the southern border. 95%. Now, if we want to get this country together, I only see one way to do it. We need to elect conservatives, and the most conservative party happens to be the Republican Party. We need every single one of you to deputize another 50 people in your life, because we know the stakes are high. We also could kind of use election integrity measures. Why do you think the Democrats, they don't want voter ID, but you need an ID to get into the Democratic National Convention? Anyone ever think about that? You know, if I want to buy, I got caught so many times on TV, so I don't hide it anymore. I'm like Dave Chappelle. If I want to buy a jewel pod, I have to show a picture ID. I'm old enough to buy one. It's very complimentary. I feel young. Can I see your ID, please? I'm like, okay, here. But you need a picture ID. You need a picture ID if you want to buy a beer. You need a picture ID if you want a bottle of wine. You need a picture ID if you drink vodka, scotch, whatever you happen to drink, whatever your drink of choice happens to be. They don't want voter ID. They don't want signature verification. They don't want updated voter rolls. They don't want chain of custody controls, meaning the minute that mail-in ballots come in, it ought to be on a camera, it ought to be put in a room, it ought to be monitored, surveilled 24/7 to make sure they don't tamper with those ballots. Some of the problems in 2020 that we saw, they never made the accommodations for COVID. We have laws in many of the states that lost a lot of people's confidence. The law is partisan observers get to watch the vote count from start to finish. That you need in that's called election integrity. If you have election integrity, then people won't have anything but confidence in the outcome. These are things that all of us need to insist on, but that has to happen at the state level. And I've been telling everybody since January of 2021, get to your state legislature, make sure they put in place integrity measures so that we can have free and fair elections. Now, last thing I want to say. You want me to throw some more footballs? All right, who's got a good arm? You just dropped that in the end zone. You need to give that to a kid. Ugh. You can tell I'm not running for president. All right, here you go. All right, you caught it. You all cracked me up. Oh, how did you miss that? It was in the bread basket. I know there's one thing I want to talk to you about before I leave, though. Okay, I want to talk to you about one last thing. I want everybody to be aware of what the Democrats are going to do, so you know ahead of time. We know that they don't want election integrity. We know that if they get more power, they want to pack the courts, eliminate the legislative filibuster, D.C., Puerto Rico statehood. They want power in perpetuity. So they can't run on the economy, can they? No, right? They can't run on gas prices, can they? They can't run on the worst pullout in the history of mankind in Afghanistan, can they? They can't run on creating peace deals in Europe, can they? Okay, so what are they going to run on? They're going to try and run on abortion, I mentioned earlier, the Dobbs case. Well, go talk to the people of Kansas, because they spoke pretty loudly the other night. If I had to guess, and some people in this room may not like this, this is not what I want, it's what I think is going to happen. Very different, right? I think what is probably going to happen, remember, by the way, Bill Clinton actually said this. I can't believe I'm going to quote Bill Clinton. And he said something interesting. He said abortion should be legal and rare. As a Democrat, he said that. You know, 55% of abortions now happen with a pill. And I'm guessing where this is going to vet out is probably going to be what Mississippi's law was, which is 15 weeks. And as science advances and we see the progress and the ability to take care of a fetus outside of the womb and it can live independently, that will probably change over time. But that's what I'm guessing. But they're going to run on abortion, taking away your guns, January 6th. You know, we had 574 riots in the summer of 2020, right? The Democrats, they either denied they were happening and said nothing, or they lied to us and said they were mostly peaceful. I'm watching cities burn down. That's not peaceful. We had dozens of dead Americans, thousands of injured cops pelted with bricks, rocks, bottles, Molotov cocktails, and billions in property damage. And where's the committee investigating those riots by the Democratic base? You see, we don't have equal justice under the law in this country. We have a politicized Justice Department that only goes in one direction. And then they're going to run on the usual, Democratic playbook, which is Republicans are racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic. They want dirty air, water, and they want grandma and grandpa to be thrown over a cliff by a Trump lookalike. Right? Am I right or wrong? Here's my plea to all of you. For the sake of our country, for the sake of your children, for the sake of your grandchildren, I urge all of you, whether you agree with each other, don't disagree with each other on some things, if we agree 80% of the time, that person is not our enemy, as Reagan said. I urge all of you that if you will put together a coalition of everybody you know and make it your priority to get everybody you know out to vote and to run on these simple conservative principles, there's not a single thing I said here that is complicated, then we will right this ship, we'll get America back on track, and then we'll win in 2024, and then we'll be back in the ball game, and we will be that beautiful city on a hill that Reagan spoke about. Let's make that our goal. Let's make that our dream. Let's make that our prayer in Jesus' name. You can say Jesus at CPAC. God bless you, CPAC. Thank you.
Soy americano.
Soy hispana.
Estoy informado.
A través de una conversación directa.
Sobre los temas
que son importantes para mí.
Por las personas que entienden mis valores.
De dónde vengo.
Y hacia dónde voy. Es por eso que somos americano.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack, the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think. This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head.
Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here.
The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're gonna take your AR-15.
Ladies and gentlemen, the states are ready. Post-Roe. Please welcome President of the National Right for Life, Carol Tobias. From American Family Radio, Sandy Rios. And your host, From Real America's Voice, Amanda Head.
Day to be here. I think that the most important thing to bring to everyone's attention first is that over the course of the life of CPAC, God bless Matt Schlapp, there have been so many conversations about abortion and what would hypothetically happen in a post-Roe America. So I think it's important to recognize that this is the first time that this panel is taking place within the reality that we are a post-Roe America. And that is due in no small part to ladies like you and the efforts that you both have put forth to change that. So, Carol, I want to start with you. I want to talk about the legislative aspect. This issue has been sent back to where it belongs with the states. So give us kind of obviously we don't have time to go state by state, but give us an overview of where states stand.
Well, there were 13 states that had trigger laws in effect, so that if Roe was overturned, their law would immediately or very soon after protect unborn children. There were another 9 states that had laws on the books pre-Roe that had never been repealed. So technically, those could have gone back into effect. 4 states were in both categories. So we had 18 states ready to protect unborn children as soon as Roe was overturned. We now have 10 states with laws in effect because we've got some judges who are looking at constitutions, whether it's still the federal or state constitutions, and pretending that they are like the ink blot in a Rorschach test. Yeah. That they're just, whatever you want to interpret it to be, that's what it is. And they are finding rights in the Constitution to protect abortion, not unborn children. So we've got a large battle ahead of us. It's not just the states, though. I think Congress has a role. There are certainly things that they can be doing as well. And I want to encourage everybody, we've got to win the vote in November. If leaders like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are in charge next year and they've got the votes, we know that they will pass the Women's Health Protection Act so that abortion is legal through the entire country for all 9 months of pregnancy, and tax dollars will be paying for it. They will get rid of the filibuster so that they can put that law into effect. And I fully would expect them to try to add more judges to the Supreme Court to overturn Dobbs v. Jackson. So we've got to make sure that we are electing good candidates. And I want to say, if your favorite candidate did not win the primary this year, vote for the candidate who did. Because if Chuck Schumer has another vote, we are in serious trouble next year. Yeah. But I also want to caution every single one of you, this is a 50-state battle. We've got some states that are already protecting unborn children. Many states are ready to do it, just waiting for their legislature to come back into session. But we are seeing that, our opponents obviously are well-organized, well-funded. We saw what happened in Kansas, but they are going to go after every state. In South Dakota, which is a very pro-life state, they protect unborn children. Text has already been submitted to the Attorney General so that if he certifies the wording and says this is understandable and this fits the way our Constitution or our procedures work, they're already planning to collect petitions to have a ballot on a measure on the ballot in 2024 to override what the state legislature has done, because they want to take it to the people thinking that they will win. That is going to happen in all 50 states. I truly believe that. So if you've come from a state that you can say, oh, we're good, we're conservative, we're pro-life, we're protecting unborn children, expect some activity like that, so don't take anything for granted.
Absolutely. Sandy, I want to pivot to you. There are so many cultural aspects to abortion, but on the medical side, there are some things that are emerging, and I think that the use of the abortion pill is going to become more and more prevalent. Talk to us about the dangers of that.
Well, I think people don't understand. I was talking to someone recently, and they said, well, there's just a pill, right? There's a pill now. Why not just take this pill? And then it's much easier, much cleaner. You can do it at home. And I just read that half of the abortions now are through the abortion pill. But the problem is it's not just a pill. It's 2 pills. The first pill that you take kills the baby. It disintegrates the placenta, and the baby dies. So you do this at home. That's nice and convenient, right? So you wait a certain amount of time, then you take this second pill, and the second pill starts the contractions. And what happens is you give birth at home. You give birth, excuse me if there are children, in your toilet. You are there to deal with all of the blood and the baby. It is a baby. And in some places, you can have this French abortion pill from 10 weeks, and in some places it's up to 6 months. Now, I don't know if that's here in the States, but in some areas of the world, up to 6 months. And so women are doing this in the privacy of their home without a doctor, and I think we're going to see more of that. One of the horrible things that happens from that is if it doesn't happen the way it's supposed to, you can have this baby, and it can be very deformed and injured from that. Or you have to go back, and they have to take the rest of the baby out. It's horrific. So if someone tells you there's an abortion pill and that's great, don't believe it. It is really a nightmare, and it's really disgraceful that we have legalized it. Could I also say, Amanda, when you said that this whole thing of Roe versus Wade happened because of people like Carol and I just have to say, you know, one thing that those of you that are younger might not know, that in the 70s and 80s, when people were pro-life, there was a huge price to pay for that. Right now it's kind of in vogue, at least it has been until recently. It's been in vogue. It's been like a banner that people have followed and been proud and wear T-shirts. But in those times, it wasn't that way. Joe Scheidler, Pro-Life Action League, had a lawsuit, sued by the National Organization for Women, and was in a dispute that had been taken to the Supreme Court for 20 years. He nearly lost his home and everything. Father of 7 children. That's just one example. People like Joe and Phyllis Schlafly, they're the ones that deserve the praise. I don't think they would have ever thought this would happen. I just don't think I thought it would happen. And so I just want to give tribute to them so that you all know that people really, really paid a huge price to bring us to this point.
Yeah, once upon a time they said safe, rare, and legal. And my goodness, how that has changed. Carol, I wanted to switch gears with you. The misinformation that's coming from the left, the leftist messaging machine has kicked into overdrive. They are demonizing so many aspects of the pro-life movement. They are lying about repercussions for physicians and doctors, pregnancy clinics. Talk to us about that.
I never quite expected the kind of lying and misinformation, and to the extent that we are seeing it. Any newspaper, any news outlet, social media, of course, everything is focused on doctors being afraid to treat women with ectopic pregnancies or miscarriages. Because if their state is protecting unborn children, meaning abortion is not allowed in most cases, then they are afraid that they are going to be accused of performing an abortion if they are helping a woman who has a serious problem. This is all baloney. It is a total fabrication to scare women. Certainly, I don't want my sister to die if she gets pregnant and has a problem. I don't want my daughter to die, whatever it might be. But OBGYNs go to school to learn how to treat these kinds of situations. They are trained in how to remove an embryo or a fetus, an unborn child, from the womb, from the uterus, whether it is abortion, ectopic pregnancy, miscarriage, or complete delivery because the pregnancy was carried to term. We are seeing so many lies about this, but every OBGYN is trained. They know what to do. Currently, 85 to 90% of OBGYNs do not perform abortions. So we've got all these doctors and certainly hospitals like the Catholic hospitals that have for years been helping women in these difficult circumstances. So you can find a couple of doctors here and there to say, oh, I'm afraid, I don't want to help. They're aiding and abetting the abortion industry. And quite frankly, at this point, I would say it seems to be working because a lot of people truly believe they will die if they get pregnant and have a problem.
Yeah.
And we just need to counter that message as well. And also, what we're hearing is that women are going to end up in jail. National Right to Life published a letter, led the drive to get more than 70 pro-life organizations around the country to sign on. We have no interest in putting women in jail. They have been raised in a society that says they can't get a job or hold a good job, they can't have a good education if they have a child. We know that women are victimized because they are pushed into the abortion, either from their partner, maybe it's their parents, but we also know that even if they think abortion is fine, they have been told that they can't have kids if they want to succeed. So we've got a whole mentality, I think, of women who have, to some extent, been victimized by our culture and by our arguments. So we're just saying we want to save babies.
Yeah.
You know, we want to go after the doctors who are killing babies, but we're not interested in putting women in jail. And yet, again, that is out there. Women are going to be penalized. They're going to end up in jail. So we have a lot of countering to do to the lies that are out there.
Yeah, the stigma has to change, and we as conservatives, I think, have got to get better at messaging. Sandy, I wanted to ask you, organizations like Crisis Pregnancy Center that literally only exist to help women. They provide them with the supplies they need, diapers, emotional support. Again, they literally only help, and yet they are being attacked.
These are very dark times. There's an evil creeping across the country and the globe. I don't think anyone would deny that. And I think one thing that occurred to me, and I alluded to it a few minutes ago, we have kind of worn being pro-life as a badge. It's been safe. Churches have taken on crisis pregnancy centers. We've had T-shirts and marches and all of that. It's been kind of in a way, in its dark side, it's kind of like virtue signaling. While I'm pro-life, politicians, I'm pro-life. That's what gets them elected. We're entering a new place where I think we're going to separate, the wheat from the chaff, because it's one thing to say it. It's quite another thing to to be bombed out or attacked or unsafe in a pregnancy center, or to be a pastor who preaches about it on Sundays, especially in the states where abortion is legal. It's going to become very unsafe to be pro-life. And so it's going to take a ton of courage for all of us in everything, but particularly in pro-life right now, because the left has chosen this. This is like we all know, it's their holy grail. It's like a sacrament to them. I'll never understand it, but it's like child sacrifices. It seems to be very important to them. And so it's like what drives them is so wicked, we can't comprehend it. So we're going to have to just make our foreheads, as the Bible says, harder than their foreheads, and not let them. We've got to speak the truth, because for one thing you just mentioned, we do this for women, for heaven's sake. The information is in about how horrible abortions are for women later in life, and for men, fathers, who've allowed their children to be aborted or encouraged it in their girlfriends. This is a bad thing for everyone. It's an attack against life, and it's redeeming to have those babies. Let someone else take care of them. But it's a redemption, even in the case of rape. So this is why we do this, and we're going to have to steel our resolve if we're going to win this battle.
Absolutely. Carol, for elected leaders who are pro-life, who are fighting the other side, whether it's a state elected official or someone who works on Capitol Hill, what is the best way for everyday Americans, for American voters who are pro-life, to support those elected leaders and let them know they're on the right path, we support you, we're going to vote for you again, please just protect life?
I'm sure a candidate would say send a check.
Right.
But they do need our encouragement and our support. This is a difficult time. I mean, we are in uncharted waters. There may be a few elected officials who were here before Roe v. Wade, but not many. We've got a lot of candidates who are pro-life, but they also want to get reelected or elected. They need to know that the pro-life people are standing with them, working with them, promoting them, and supporting them financially if you can. They need to hear from us. Letters, phone calls, tell them I'm pro-life, I love that you are, and I'm with you, I'm supporting you. Thank you for being a voice for the voiceless. Just keep that encouragement coming, because you know they are hearing from our opponents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amanda, could I add something to that?
Sure.
There's a flip side to that, because some politicians use that as a way to get elected. And when it comes time to actually do something on the life issue, they run and hide or they do nothing. And so they need to be held to
vote them
account.
out.
So if you've got a primary where all the candidates say they're pro-life, look to see that they've actually got skin in the game, they've actually done something. And if they haven't, they don't deserve your support.
Sandy, I wanted to finish with you on the cultural side. You see Democrats and liberals using talking points about other countries that are so much more for women's rights, and then when it comes down to the nuts and bolts of it, these are countries that actually ban abortion even earlier than we do here in our 50 states. What does it say about a country? Let's say that Roe v. Wade was not overturned. What does it say about a country like ours culturally that we have allowed this to endure for so long?
It's a great shame that we would allow our children to be slaughtered in such mass and allow our women to become so hard-hearted and allow our children to look at us with blank stares because they've forgotten, they don't even know why life is precious. I don't know how we got here, other than the fact that we allowed too much along the way. We tolerated too much. Yeah. And we have to stop that. We've got to say, this is the line. Life is sacred, and we have to reestablish that, and we can do that. We can do that. We've got to do it to our children. Carol does that all the time with National Right to Life. We just have to say it over and over again until people listen. We've got to turn the ship around, and I believe it can be done, and it must be.
Well, I think for so long there have been so many pro-life Americans. They are emboldened now, like I said, to your credit, the work that you ladies have both done. So we appreciate you. It's a new day in America. It's Post-Roe America.
Yes,
it's incredible.
Post-Roe. Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
All righty. All right, ladies.
Are we done?
Our greatest gift is our children. Our biggest blessing is our freedom. Our toughest battle right now is preserving America. Patriotism is under attack. The liberal culture has decided that America is no longer great, that celebrating our country is offensive, and being a patriot is no longer admirable or worthy. Well, we are changing that. We as mothers are flipping the script and restoring patriotism in our homes, our schools, and in our country. Moms for America is releasing a national campaign to restore patriotism, a movement to celebrate and honor our amazing country. We know that the future generations must carry the torch of freedom and defend the principles of liberty. That is why we are providing amazing resources to restore and renew a patriot heart. We are making it easy to turn your home red, white, and blue with Patriot Packs for your kids, American Heritage books, Liberty trips for your family, and various mentorship programs for moms, kids, and families. Our children must know why we stand for the anthem, why we kneel and pray, why we pledge allegiance to our country, and what makes America exceptional. Moms, please join us as we change the culture and restore patriotism, one home at a time.
Get daily news, politics, and culture the establishment media ignores right off the press. OffThePress.com is the new free hub for all the best news stories all in one place. Stories like Biden's border crisis, runaway inflation, soaring crime, and cancel culture. We want to bring the news to you for free. When you sign up, you'll automatically be enrolled as an OTP insider, so you'll get breaking news delivered right to your inbox right as it happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gifted Hands. Please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Ben Carson.
Well, so good to be back at CPAC again, be in steaming hot Texas. I was under a great time restraint because my flight was leaving at 5:40, but of course it's delayed. All flights these days are delayed. You know, and it's not a weather problem, it's not a mechanical problem. It's because we've lost so many of our pilots and other staff because they won't take a vaccine that doesn't work and is associated. And we're still just doing stupid things. And it really is kind of irritating, quite frankly. And we will finally know that our government has gotten the message when they begin to fully acknowledge natural immunity, which is by far better than any other kind of immunity that you can have. But of course, if they acknowledge natural immunity, then they can't insist that everybody get the jab. So, you know, you see how politics and ideology is infiltrating everything that we do, and it really is very sad because, you know, America is an amazing place. Do you realize that we're the only country that has a dream? No other country has a dream. Have you heard of a Nigerian dream or a French dream or even a Canadian dream? You know, the Canadians used to think they had one. But, you know, the fact of the matter is we are the place that people long to come to. And our country was a grand experiment. Nobody in Europe or other parts of the world thought it would work. I mean, they thought it was farcical. A country run on the will of the people without having a monarch or a governing body, how could it work? And yet, it has worked for almost 250 years and created the greatest nation the world has ever known. However, that experiment is in jeopardy right now more so than it has ever been. We have people who have a different dream than the traditional American dream of life and liberty, pursuit of happiness, being able to do things the way you wanted to do them without somebody mandating what you could and could not do. And, you know, when Benjamin Franklin came out of the Constitution Hall in 1787, after they finished the toil and labor, a lady said, "So what do we have, sir? A republic or a monarchy?" And he said, "A republic, if we can keep it. If we can keep it." And that's going to be really where we are right now. We are on the verge of losing it, and we cannot relax one bit. You know, we see our children being indoctrinated, and starting at a very early age. And, you know, we're telling them that the most important determinant of what happens to them in life is the color of their skin. Think about that. Now, animals have very big midbrains in their brain because they need to be able to react to things very quickly. People's midbrains are not as well developed. But in substitute for that, we have these very well-developed frontal lobes where you engage in rational thought processing. And we can calculate and we can project and we can evaluate people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin, like an animal. And then we have people who are trying to confuse our children about their gender. You know, there was a time when we all knew that if you had 2 X chromosomes, you were a female. And if you had an X and a Y, you were a male. But now, no, well, if you wake up in the morning and you feel like something else, that's what you really are. Even if you feel like you're a tree, you're a tree. Give me a break. You know, these people are nuts. They actually have lost their minds. But, you know, what is really happening here? What they are trying to inculcate into people is don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears, don't believe your heart. Just listen to us. We'll tell you what you're supposed to think. And they're trying to condition our people to think that way. And we don't need to think that way because this nation was founded on Judeo-Christian values and principles that show us how we're supposed to think. And when you think about the way our young people are being raised now, taught that they need safe spaces, that you don't need to respect the opinions that differ from yours, that you can cancel people, that your opinion is more important than other people's opinion. And then we're surprised when a young person takes a high-powered weapon and mass murders a bunch of people. And then we say, well, it's the gun. It is not the gun, it is the heart that needs to be changed. We need to be aiming at the right thing in our nation again. And we need to teach morals and values once again. And I think we made a big mistake in the 60s when we said God cannot be in our schools. You know, think about this. It's in our founding document. The Declaration of Independence talked about certain unalienable rights given to us by our Creator, a.k.a. God. Okay, it's in our pledge. It says we are one nation under God. Many courtrooms on the wall, it says, in God we trust. Every coin in our pocket, every bill in our wallet says, in God we trust. And yet, you say you can't talk about that in your schools. You're not supposed to talk about that in public. I mean, in medicine, we call that schizophrenia. And that seems to be what's going on in our country right now. And then you look at what's going on at our southern border. It's not just that millions of undocumented people are coming in, bringing all kinds of things with them. We don't know what diseases they have, bringing human trafficking into our country. And that's not the biggest problem, though. The biggest problem is that there are nations in this world that hate America, that want to destroy us, places like Iran that see us as the great Satan. Why wouldn't they be sending their operatives through our southern border, targeting our electric grid and sending us back a century, putting us in a very vulnerable spot so that we now become easy pickings for China or any place else? You know, we have got to pray to God that he will protect us until we get some real leadership back in this country once again. And then what about our citizens who are not able to protect themselves? What do we do about that? You know, what about the little babies who have not been born yet, but who are fully human? Let me read you something from the Bible. It says, if thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain. If thou sayest, Behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth not he know it? And shall he not render to every man according to his works? God expects us to do something when innocent people are being drawn to death. And I think that verse speaks for itself. And then what about all the crime and the violence that is going on? All these things that I'm talking about are picking away at the foundation of our nation. And there are those who say that we are a systemically racist nation, that some people have no chance. You think back to the George Floyd tragedy, and that was a tragedy. That was a horrible thing. But that police officer, Derek Chauvin, was way off on the far end of the bell curve. That's not the way typical police act. And yet it was played 24/7, trying to make you think that this is typical, that this happens all the time. We talked to some friends of ours in Australia, other side of the world. They said, yeah, they're playing it all the time over here, talking about America. Absolutely untrue. And how often, actually, are unarmed black men killed by police officers? Well, that bastion of conservative thought, the Washington Post, says that it is less than 24 a year. Now, that's still too many, but there are more than 50 million police-civilian encounters a year. It is nowhere near a common occurrence. And there was another incident that occurred just like the George Floyd incident. Same kind of situation, police with the knee on the neck, man on the ground saying, I'm going to die. It got almost, and he did die, almost no attention. Why? Because he was white. It didn't fit the narrative. What a bunch of crap. You think about it. And my wife and I write extensively about that in our new book, Created Equal. But then let's think about something like energy. We were energy independent. Think about that. We were a net exporter of energy. Cleanest air, cleanest water, and we gave all of that away. We gave the keys to Putin. And first of all, it led to massive inflation. And then because Putin now has the energy keys, the war in Ukraine, and now the Chinese are thinking about Taiwan, and more things will continue to happen because of stupid policies and decisions. And you know what we can't do is we can't change the impact of stupid policies just by renaming them. And we can't get rid of recession that has occurred just by renaming it. And the only people who believe that are people who don't think for themselves. And I think it's rather offensive to the American people for anybody to think that they're stupid enough to believe that. American people are smart, but we have to continue to work with them. We have to make sure that we feed them the right information. That's the reason that we developed the American Cornerstone Institute, which I founded along with many terrific people from HUD, to concentrate on those principles that made us into a great nation. That would be our faith, which teaches us how to relate to each other. That would be liberty, freedom. That would be community, the ability to work together. And that would be life, our love of life and our respect for life from the womb to the tomb. And we also have a pediatric component to the program called Little Patriots. And please look it up, littlepatriotslearning.com. We have beautiful illustrated lessons for the children to teach them the real history of our country, the real principles in our country. And it's free of charge because we have wonderful underwriters, and also the books, Why America Matters, and a new book that just came out, Red, White, and Blue, Our Flag Matters to Me and You, to teach our children who we are as a nation. And we don't skip the bad parts of who we are, but I got to tell you, there's a lot more good parts than there are bad parts about this nation. And every nation has bad parts. There are those who want to make you think that America is horrible because we had slavery. But if you know any history, every society has had to deal with slavery. There are more slaves in the world today than there have ever been at any point in time, particularly with human trafficking. So there are plenty of issues there, but if there's something unique about us, is that we had so many people who were vehemently opposed to slavery that we fought a civil war and lost a large portion of our population to get rid of the evil institution. That's what we need to teach our children about slavery in this nation. And let me just wrap up by saying, you know, conservatives, people who are logical, people who love our nation, we need to get rid of our pet peeves. Because there are so many people who say, I don't like that person. His policies may be okay, but I don't like him. I can't vote for him. I'm just going to sit it out. That is the same as voting for the socialists. And I guarantee you, when the socialists get in power, you're going to regret that. Your pet peeves won't mean a thing to them. And we have got to learn that lesson. We have also got to learn to stop talking about election integrity and do something about it. You know, you think about Virginia last November. They had volunteers to cover 96% of the precincts to make sure there was no hanky-panky. That's what we've got to do on a nationwide level. And we've got to start thinking about election reform, something that works for everybody, something that is transparent, that everybody can trust, because no one trusted what happened in 2020. But in 2016, there were all people saying, he's not my president, I don't believe it worked. You know, it doesn't work for any of us. We need to spend some significant intellectual energy in terms of figuring out how we're going to do that. And just remember, Alexis de Tocqueville came here in 1831 because the Europeans were fascinated with why a country barely 50 years old was already able to compete with them on virtually every level. And he studied our government. He was duly impressed by the fact that we had separation of powers and checks and balances. He looked at our business model and was duly impressed by the way we encourage innovation and entrepreneurship. And he looked at our schools and he was blown away. You could find a mountain man and they could read and he could tell you about the Declaration of Independence. But then he looked at our churches, and that's what blew him away. The sermons that came out of those pulpits that gave a ragtag bunch of militiamen the courage and the fortitude to defeat the most powerful military force on the planet. And they gave the people a sense of morality and right and wrong. And he concluded his 2-volume analysis called Democracy in America by saying, America is great because America is good. And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. Let us make America good and great again. Thank you.
CPAC 2022 and Real America's Voice. So make sure you stop by to say hi. It's your voice. Real America's Voice.
Our nation faces challenges at home and abroad. Challenges that threaten our economic and military security.
Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party in the last 5 years have made it abundantly clear that they intend to not just compete with the United States, they intend to surpass us and to be the world leader in innovative technology.
Innovation drives economic security and national security. We've lost sight of what it is to protect this nation.
China's investing heavily in its own innovation, in its own military. They are serious competition for us. We need to up our game.
And they've gone, hang on a second, what if we don't just steal the technology? What if we steal the system that America actually operated successfully and we implemented in China? What if we out-America America? Dominating technology means you dominate the economy of the world. Dominate the economy of the world, you dominate the world itself. It all goes back to the question of who is going to develop the technologies of tomorrow. Clearly, this is a race that we cannot afford to lose, because we're not going to have a country.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Givin' Liz the Biz. Please welcome from Ohio, Congressman Jim Jordan, and your host, CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
How's everyone doing? I can't believe how fast the first day is gone. It just went like that. What did you think about that certain leader of a foreign country that spoke earlier? Did you like that speech? Yeah, I figured that was pretty popular. Jim Jordan, you've done something in Congress that like no one has really ever done. You've achieved these important positions. And at the same time, you have like 100% rating on our scorecard. Like no one really ever does it that way. Is it hard to always do the right thing?
I don't know how that happens, but I'm glad it does. You guys, you give me that nice plaque every year, and I appreciate it. I just try to do what I said I was going to do, fight for the things that I think are worth fighting for, and try to stay true to the message of those values and principles that make our country the great place that it is. In spite of Joe Biden, in spite of the left, I always say, you know, the left controls big media, the left controls big tech, the left controls big corporations, the left now controls big sports, the left controls Hollywood, the left controls higher education, the left controls the White House, the left controls the Senate, they control the House, but they don't control we the people.
That's right.
And so you try to focus on that, and somehow it works out, and we do okay with the CPAC scorecard.
So we got a big election coming up. I don't know if you know that. I'm kind of being sarcastic because I think you're probably very in demand on the campaign trail. You're going everywhere. We picked up 15 seats. By the way, I just want to say this. It's really pretty much impossible to pick up 15 seats in the House and lose the White House. I just want to say that. I just don't, it doesn't really work. When incumbent presidents go on to lose, they also lose seats, right, in these legislative chambers. But you kind of did most of the work last cycle by picking up all those seats, and you all deserve credit. I remember telling everybody, I'm like, I'm looking at Donald Trump's strength. We're going to pick up seats in the House. You couldn't find anybody in the swamp that they were like, no, we're going to lose a couple seats. You were a believer then. We don't have that many seats to go to get the majority. What's the #1 priority for Jim Jordan in a House majority?
Well, to do a couple things. One, do what we said. So we need to pass the legislation that's consistent with what we campaigned on. We need to.
But it'll stop, right? It'll
Yeah.
pass the House, and then there won't be enough senators, and of course Biden would veto it if there were.
On the border, on big tech, on energy, we need to pass that legislation. If it gets to the Senate, he'll veto it. But we also then need to do the investigations in a way that's consistent with the Constitution. I mean, this is real important. The left, the Democrats, they went after President Trump for, well, they're still going after him, for goodness sake. They've never stopped going after him. But they do it just for purely politics because they don't want President Trump disrupting the swamp like he did when he was president. We got to do it in a way that's consistent with the Constitution. But we need to do it because the American people deserve the truth. They need to know, for example, did this virus really start in a lab? I'm convinced it did. We need to get the facts about that and make sure the country understands it. We need to know about the political nature of the Department of Justice. I mean, think about this. Last week, Senator Grassley has a whistleblower come to his office. The whistleblower says that they suppressed evidence of the Hunter Biden story, suppressed evidence that showed it wasn't disinformation. They suppressed that evidence. The person that the whistleblower said was key to that was this individual named Timothy Tebow at the Justice Department. At the same time, we got whistleblowers coming to our office who tell us that they're getting pressured to categorize and catalog every case they do as a domestic extremism, violent extremism case, when in fact they're not. And the same person doing the primary pressuring is this individual, Timothy Tebow. That all needs to be investigated. And when you couple it with what they've done to parents who show up at school board meetings, the political nature of our Justice Department is frightening. And so that's something, if we get the majority, we need to look at, and a host of other issues, the border situation, as I mentioned. We need to look at how did thousands of Americans' tax returns get public? That's not supposed to happen in this great country. So all those things need to be investigated just so you have the truth. Plus, that will help frame up the 2024 race when I hope and I think President Trump is going to run again, and we need to make sure that he wins.
Okay, so we really, it's not unprecedented, but it's nearly unprecedented that the Department of Justice is working hand in glove with this J6 illegitimate committee on the House, and they're going after people like Steve Bannon, who's here on the grounds of CPAC, and others for not following these subpoenas, right? When you get, which is just a travesty, but when you have that gavel, and you're the chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives, and you guys vote on a subpoena, doesn't that put Merrick Garland in a little bit of a box? He's basically saying, if you ignore a congressional subpoena, I will go after you through the Department of Justice. You really think he's going to be consistent and do the same thing for you?
Well, there's been a double standard for a long time, it seems to me. But before I get into that, let me just say one thing. There is an election in 12 days in the state of Wyoming, and there is a good person, Harriet Hagman, running for office. If you all haven't helped her, I mean, we want to make sure that she wins that race.
By the way, CPAC has endorsed Harriet. We have sent checks to Harriet through our PAC, and boy, having another person who pushed for impeachment against Donald Trump go down would be sweet.
Yeah, to this committee, though, I think the key point is we've caught this committee lying 8 different times. I mean, they lied about Bernie Kerrick's travels. They lied about Barry Loudermilk, a colleague of mine, giving a tour of the Capitol. They lied about Jenna Ellis's documents. They lied about Eric Hirschman writing the note. They lied about the Secret Service. We caught him lying about Pat Cipollone and corroborating the story about if they went to the White House, they'd be charged. He said he didn't say that. And then they lied about me twice. I forwarded a text message to the White House Chief of Staff, and they said that it came from me when I forwarded from a lawyer in town who was former Inspector General for Don Rumsfeld. And then they played a video clip of me. I was doing an interview, and they played a video clip. In the video clip, I said, January 6th is the ultimate date of significance in a presidential contest because it's the last step. You got the election, then the Electoral College meets, and their certification, and then the last step is Congress certifying the electors. And they left out an important part of that clip because before I said January 6th is the most important date in a presidential contest. Before I said the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said January 6th is the ultimate date of significance. That sort of changes the context. So think about this. If we've caught him in 8 false statements without any access to the documents, without any ability to do the deposition, be in the deposition, see the transcripts, look at the evidence, if we've caught them in that many lies with that limited knowledge, imagine how many other false things they're telling the country. That is what is so wrong. There's a great scripture verse. Polly and I found this the other day. Proverbs 18:17, it says, the first to present his case seems right until another questions him. And it's like, that's the principle of cross-examination that we always have in any type of proceeding, any type of hearing, that unfortunately is not present with this January 6th committee.
The Bible also talks about bearing false witness, which is awfully important, because if you have no truth, what do you have in government, right? And so back to this question of what do? You say there's an election in Wyoming. We still have to have a big red wave in November, but how are you thinking through this awesome responsibility you have? I think the investigations piece is the biggest piece. It's what you you immediately jump to it. We have always had a philosophy under the previous two Republican speakers of, we should be careful. We don't want to do too much. We'll take baby steps. We'll do one thing at a time. And I remember people like John Dingell and Henry Waxman just flooding all their political opponents with a constant barrage of letters and inquiries. What is going to be Jim Jordan's approach?
We're going to, like I said, we're going to do it in the right way, in a way that's consistent with the Constitution, but you got to be aggressive if you're going to get to the truth. Back up a second. Think about what they did, what the Justice Department did to moms and dads. So I always tell it this way. On September 29th, the National School Board Association, left-wing political group, writes a letter to the Biden White House saying, use the Patriot Act against parents. 5 days later, October 4th, the Attorney General of the United States issues a memorandum which does exactly what the left-wing political organization asked him to do 5 days prior. He issues that memorandum, says set up a dedicated line of threat communication, a snitch line, basically for reporting on parents who show up at school board meetings to advocate for the well-being of their child. 16 days after that, October 20th, the FBI sends out an email to agents all across the country, and that email says, use this threat tag designation, this EDU official, this designation, this threat tag, use that when you're investigating parents who've been reported on the snitch line that the memorandum was set up by the Attorney General. So think about it. September 29th, October 4th is the memorandum to U.S. attorneys. October 20th is the email to FBI agents. All that happens in 22 days. The first question you ask yourself is, when have you ever seen the federal government move that fast, right? It never happens. But when it came to going after their political opponents, their political opposition, they moved at lightning speed. And we've since learned that prior to that initial letter on September 29th, the Biden White House and the Justice Department were already talking to the school board. The letter was simply the pretext. Now we got the excuse to do what we want to do, which is to go after our political opponents. That is not supposed to happen in our government. But unfortunately it is, and we have now had, Matt, we've had over a dozen whistleblowers come to our office, FBI agents coming to our office as whistleblowers. And understand, we're in the minority. There's not a whole lot we can do other than tell their story.
But they feel desperate.
Yeah, they're good agents, good rank-and-file agents doing the Lord's work, and they're sick of the political nature of the Justice Department, so they're coming to us so we can begin to tell their story. If we get the majority, we can do the subpoenas and get further information and make sure the country gets the truth and hopefully stop it.
The one thing Republicans believe in is cutting staffs, not spending a lot of money on bureaucracy. But I really think when it comes to your committee in a new majority, you really got to have these killer lawyers, and you've really got to staff up. And I think one of your first challenges is to convince, the fellow members of your majority that this committee is going to need a lot of resources. And the second thing is you have all these subcommittees, but I don't know how you're going to choose between Fauci and vaccines, big tech censorship, not following voting election laws and not following voter ID. There's the laptop from hell. There is a lot of other corruption in this administration. There's an open southern border. I think the problem is there's a lot on your shoulders to try to adjudicate this, But it's going to be a big, big effort because you got to do it. You got to get all this done.
And we are talking as a conference, as a Republican conference, if in fact we win the majority, how we will do it, because it's not all going to go through.
So you got to spread it out a little bit.
Yeah, Oversight Committee, Ways and Means Committee, Armed Services Committee has to look at the exit, the debacle that was the exit from Afghanistan.
Could you kind of be in charge of the other chairman?
You're kind, but we do have a broad jurisdiction in Judiciary Committee. We'll look at a lot of this. There's currently a select committee on the coronavirus. In fact, in that committee 6 weeks ago, I asked Dr. Birx was a witness. Now think about this. She was a witness.
She's the one with the scarf.
Yeah, scarf lady. And I asked her a question. I asked her a simple first question, direct question. I said, Dr. Birx, when the Biden administration told us that the vaccinated couldn't get the virus, were they guessing or lying? And her response was amazing. She says, I don't know. And I said, so you're telling me that our government could have been lying to we the people? And she goes, well, I like to think they were hopeful. And I'm like, so it was a guess, a lie, or a hope? That's not how the government, you think about this whole, we had this at Homeland Security, they were going to set up the Disinformation Governance Board. And I tell folks all the time.
I think they did set it up, but then they had to shut it down.
Because we all talked about it. You guys talked about it. They shut it down, thank goodness. But the fact that they were doing it, it kind of begs the obvious question, who's the biggest purveyor of disinformation? It's the federal government, right? It's like the government. How many things have they told us? So that's scary when they want to tell us what's disinformation, when in fact they have. I always do the virus. Remember when Biden said he had a plan, right? Right. Biden said he would never impose a vaccine mandate, and then he did. So much so the Supreme Court had to tell him it was unconstitutional. They told us that this didn't come from a lab, it wasn't gain-of-function research, and it wasn't our tax dollars. Well, it sure looks like all those things are true. I mean, think about the origins. They said, no, it didn't come from a lab. It was a bat to a pangolin to a hippopotamus to Joe Rogan, and then we all got.
And then when you said it online, when you said it online, they'd shut you down.
Yeah.
They'd flag your
They would call you for this. They would say you're disinformation. They told us that the vaccinated couldn't get it, the vaccinated couldn't transmit it. They said it was first no mask, then one mask, then two masks, then one mask, and then no mask, then two masks. I mean, it's like, which is it?
Where do you have to put your mask for this monkeypox thing? I'm a little worried about this.
I don't know. Yeah. Matt said that, not me.
Sorry, I digressed.
Yeah. I mean, the point is, we all knew the virus was serious, but be honest with us. And then don't turn around and say that the people are having disinformation when, in fact, it's the government who's proven time and time again they were.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that you guys are plotting and planning. You know the big job you have ahead of you. You know investigations are the number one thing. Let's talk about what I think is the number two thing. Senate Republicans have really done a number on House speakers because Senate Republicans are not willing to stand up and fight on spending questions. So you always have this first budget vehicle that goes through, and it's a wrecking ball for House speakers because they try to negotiate with Senate Republicans and come up with something. Can we break this historic problem?
I hope so.
And can House Republicans tell Senate Republicans, look, we're going to pick one big thing and maybe one or two little things like defund NPR. That'd be a nice one. Defund PBS. That'd be a nice one. Little things, but a big thing. And I think you have a theory on this. What is that big thing that we ought to get around and say we're not going to give in on this one?
The entire Republican conference will have to make a decision on that. I think it's probably either the border, because we all know that the chaos that now is our southern, but we no longer have a border, and frankly, that is intentional. The Biden administration is intentionally doing that. So
and that's no longer a Republican issue. It's affecting all these communities.
Sure is. We talked about this earlier. We are a populist, because of President Trump, thank goodness, we are now a populist party rooted in conservative principle, which is frankly where we always should have been. So it's either the border or it's energy. Because energy when the price of energy goes up, that drives the price of everything else. It's why main reason why we got this 41-year high inflation rate. So one of those two areas, we have to pick that policy and say, okay, Senate, if you're going to spend at this level, we're going to pass a good budget in the House, good appropriations at the House down here in light of where we should be with the debt situation we have. It's going to go to the Senate, and Schumer and Biden are going to say, well, no, we got to spend up here on all kinds of crazy things. And we're going to say, okay, if you want any kind of spending level up there, then we got to get a good policy that actually does something good for the country on immigration, on our border security, I should say, or on energy. And I think that'll be a conference decision we have to, but you have to, our fiscal year ends September 30th. You can't wait till September 20th and start having a debate. You've got to have a national debate for weeks and weeks and months so that the country fully understands what's at stake and why it's appropriate to do this policy before we actually pass the appropriation bill.
Well, it just seems to me that if that's our big thing that we have to decide. Look, this is like for all of us, for the conservative activists around the country, you know, we have to be realistic. This is the first step towards regaining power, a big red wave in November. That doesn't get much accomplished unless we follow it 2 years later with an even bigger red wave. In that period of time, that year or so, less than a year, when that presidential race is coming about, we have to determine what we will fight like hell for in that first budget process. That could be fossil fuels. That could be building a pipeline at Keystone XL. That could be securing the border. That could be, you know, these major questions on elections. I still don't know if Carrie Lake has been declared the winner out in Arizona. It kind of makes me nervous. Has she been declared the winner? Please tell me she has been. But that's not good. So I just feel like that's what we have to get ourselves around. You brought up President Trump. You believe he's running. You've been saying that consistently throughout this whole period of time. I know what he thinks of you. I know what he thinks of you as a wrestler, first of all, because he admires you as a fierce athlete, but I know what he thinks of you as a human being, and he appreciates the fact that you have stood up against all these lies against him, and we appreciate the fact so much that you speak for all of us when you do that. He's going to be on this stage on Saturday, and he might even be watching you right now, but he always has a speech, but then he kind of goes off the script, right?
Yes, which is always a great part.
Isn't that the best part?
Oh, I love that
Why
part.
Is everyone,
I like his whole speech.
Why is everyone telling him to stay on the script? I like the off-road vehicle version of Trump. I don't know.
I do too. I like his energy, his charisma. I love the fact that he loves the country. He loves our law enforcement, loves our veterans, our military. Most importantly, you know this, Matt, because we've had the privilege to spend a lot of time around him. I'm sure many of you have as well. He loves the American people.
He does love
what makes our country special. And the one thing he does, and it's genuine, it's real, and you all know it, when he speaks, he always lets the audience know, and the audience always understands this, that he's fighting for them.
Yeah.
And he said this is a great line, and it's so true. He says, the reason they come after me so hard is because I'm fighting for you. And that is exactly the truth, and it's why he was such an effective president and why I want him to run again.
So, the final question here, Donald Trump decides to run for president. He's out there across the country. What do you think the number one thing he's learned after spending the time on the presidential campaign, 4 years in the White House, these constant attacks? What's different about him today than when he came down that escalator in 2015?
The experience he had in that first term, I think he's going to be ready to go on day one. Not that they weren't before, but it was,
Let's be honest, they weren't.
Well, he knew that the swamp was intense, that the bureaucracy,
he was ready, but it was too tough to take it all on at once.
Well, and it's hard. Think about it. He got more done than any president in our lifetime, maybe in history, and he did it with every Democrat against him, everyone in the mainstream press against him, half the Republicans and all the bureaucracy against him, and in spite of that, got more accomplished than any president we've ever seen. So I think he knows what he's up against, and the fact that they've been going after him since he first ran, before he was even president, with what they did with the Trump-Russia collusion baloney. They started spying on his campaign before he was even elected, and they're continuing to go after him with the January 6th committee. So he understands how intense this is, and frankly, he said this. He doesn't have to do it. He's got a wonderful life with a wonderful family, but he does it because he loves this nation, the greatest country ever, and he's willing to go back and fight for it again.
Jim Jordan, thanks for being with us again.
God
bless you. Keep up the fight.
Thank you. Thank you. We go this way.
Please welcome former Director of Operations for Donald J. Trump for President, Megan Small, and CPAC Board Member, Matthew Whitaker.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, so we talked with Jim Jordan a lot about what's going on J6. I don't know if all of you know, but CPAC, through our C3, the American Conservative Union Foundation, has been raising money to take care of the legal defenses of a lot of these victims, these political victims of J6. We've raised over $1 million, spent almost $1 million. Our staff has volunteered their time to have all the money that's donated go right to these victims, and I do mean that they are victims. This is something we haven't seen in our country probably ever. It's really gross. And Matt Whitaker, who you know was the former Attorney General for Donald Trump, and we enlisted him to join our CPAC board, so we appreciate that, Matt. But more than that, when people started, Mercy's sitting over here, when these victims started calling us, Megan, your former colleagues, and you worked for President Trump, you worked on the campaign, and when the committee started hammering people with these subpoenas, Mercy and I started getting calls from her former colleagues, and they would cry, and it was emotional, and they were scared, and they didn't know what to do, and the first call we made was to Matt Whitaker, and I just want you all to know that no matter what time, sometimes it was late at night, when we would call, Matt Whitaker would pick up the phone, and he'd say, have that former staffer call me in the morning, here's my cell phone, I'll take care of him. So thank you for everything you've done, a ton of pro bono work. Let's start off, Matt. You know, you were the AG, you've been a U.S. attorney, you've been involved in politics. How are they getting away with this?
It's a great question, Matt. And the first thing I would tell you is that in addition to all those things I've done, I have always stood for the rule of law. And I've always stood for holding people accountable for wrongdoing. And so that's been consistent no matter what my role, whether it's been as a prosecutor, as a candidate for the U.S. Senate, or even as acting Attorney General. It's standing for the rule of law, no matter, sort of what the, particular case might be.
And this committee is not.
Yeah, it's not, because what we have, and I know a lot of the people in this room feel it, is suddenly we have this two-tiered system of justice where the left riots and tries to attack the White House, attack the courthouse in Portland, whatever they might be doing.
I seem to remember a whole summer of riots where 24 people died in this country, and it's like it never happened.
It's like it never happened. There was no investigation. There was no unselect committee. Nothing. Cases were dismissed. The current Vice President of the United States was raising bail funds to get these folks out of jail so that they could go do it again. I mean, it was utter chaos. And then, on the other hand, conservatives, those that feel like the 2020 election was a little fishy, end up being harassed with a two-pronged approach. Not only a congressional investigation, but a concurrent
now a
DOJ investigation. So, I mean, you just can't have, this republic will not stand if we have a two-tiered system of justice, because it's not what the rule of law demands. The rule of law demands that a fundamental fairness works in the system, and this is not fundamentally fair.
Megan, you're working with us at a partner organization, the Chestnut Street Council, which we'll be talking more about. But first of all, there's people in this audience who have contributed to the fund, which has helped you, and you're brave enough to talk. It's hard to do this. There's a lot of other people who have had their legal fees paid for, too. I assume you're appreciative.
Oh, I had no idea when I got my subpoena 2 days before my wedding, mind you. So that was a busy week. I had no idea what to do, who to call. I didn't even know what kind of lawyer you needed. So, of course...
You need a damn good one.
Well, you need Matt Whitaker, really, is who you need. So I called Matt and Mercy, and I said, what do I do? How much trouble am I in? It was so unfathomable to me of what this experience would be like. And not only me, but so many other people. I mean, below 30 years old is like the average age of people who are receiving money from this fund, people who don't have the resource. I mean, my legal bills have tallied, I think, north of $80,000 now, and I'm just a witness. I'm not even being accused of anything. And I really think they're trying to scare people out of working for Republican politics by putting this so publicly out and saying, we will come after you even when we don't think you did anything wrong, just to punish you and scare you away from this.
So you get a subpoena 2 days before your wedding.
2 days, yeah.
And even some people, I believe, tried to come to your wedding to kind of make sure you didn't, flee town and go on your honeymoon or something?
So yeah, Matt stepped in and called and negotiated me being able to go on my honeymoon. But they thought there were more people they might want a subpoena, so they sent marshals. They were sitting outside of our wedding.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
This, again, Matt, when you
and you're all paying for this, by the way.
Yeah, when you called me, we didn't know the scope of this. This was the first sort of set of subpoenas that anyone had seen, and we didn't. You said, I don't know where this is going, but we all need to be a part of this, and we all need to push back on this. And when I first talked to Megan, literally days before her wedding, she didn't know, because again, you've seen their techniques. You see Peter Navarro being pulled off a plane. You see, most Americans don't understand how all these things separate. And so you see one thing, you see another, and you see this thuggery and this threatening behavior. And so,
And the tip-off to CNN each and every time they move.
And so from Megan's perspective, she really, and I think legitimately thought that the people that were going to serve the subpoena, the U.S. Marshals, were going to show up and disrupt her wedding. Not only for her, but for her guests. And so I knew, first I had to, make sure that, we talked, I understood the scope of what had happened, and then we made sure that we came up with a plan that not only didn't disrupt her wedding, but didn't disrupt her honeymoon. Because again, this is, the left may think this is important. They may think this is their secret way to win the election in 2022. But the bottom line is that this was not so important to disrupt the people's lives, like Megan, that had no role in the riot that happened on January 6th, had really no role in anything that Congress was looking into. And, I just, as a point of personal privilege, this committee is not even looking at the security failures at the Capitol. How can you not look at why the National Guard wasn't there?
Or
why the Capitol Police weren't ready for this?
How about going into January 6th? I don't know if you all know this, but due to Tom Fitton at Judicial Watch through FOIA, it was discovered that they went into January 6th at 50% strength with the Capitol Police. Everybody knew that was going to be a rough day, and they went in with 50% strength. How come that wasn't out there? And there's a couple of other questions I think people want to know. You get the subpoena, and Megan's here representing a lot of your friends and colleagues. By the way, there's a downside to doing this. You know this, Matt. You know this as a lawyer. Every time someone speaks up against this committee, they're running the risk that the committee or that DOJ gets more aggressive with them. All of us are running that risk by even having this conversation. But damn it, we have to stop being quiet. We have to say what they're doing, and we have to call it out and say no more. And I want to ask another question, Matt, because you're giving these people legal advice. Obviously, that has to stay confidential, but it's not just a subpoena to say, what did you know about the activities around January 6th? It's your phone records, it's your texting, it's your financial records, it's your credit card records.
For months.
They're trying to destroy people.
So one of the battles that we've had to fight is that this committee sent subpoenas to all the cell phone carriers for all the people, and to try to get every single text and phone call.
Did they give in?
Those are still being litigated right now. And to the credit of the cell phone carriers is if you pushed back and said, I have an interest in this, and please don't give this personal information about everybody that I called away, just because Congress claims to, sort of have some prurient interest. And I mean that in its fundamental sense. They want to look at who Megan knows and maybe subpoena them too, and then see who they know. And it's never ending. And if you saw, the left didn't accomplish their goal with this committee. And so they've continued it on now. We're going to have more hearings as we head into the fall, because this is the only thing they have to try to win an election, by ruining junior staffers, people that are going to have a long life in public policy and politics. They're trying to scare them out of the business and disarm us from some of our brightest stars.
And Megan, you have a lot of character, because what we've seen with some of these other young staffers is they get scared. And we've seen some, and we've released some of these texts, who were on the Trump team, thought that blaming Trump or Trump's allies and calling them insurrectionists was outrageous. But we've had a couple flip. We've had a couple flip. One went to some show called The View, right? And we had to read about another one who went up there and said that President Trump likes to throw his food against the wall. I'd just like to say something for the record about President Trump. I don't know if you guys know this about him. He takes pride in his appearance. And he also, Matt knows, if you gave him a beautiful steak on a platter, he's not going to throw it against the wall. He's going to eat it. Yes. Probably with a little bit of ketchup.
Normal person, yeah.
And if you throw food against the wall,
a little bit of ketchup,
a lot of ketchup. But Megan, it takes a lot of character to do what you've done. You could have turned. You could have said, I'll just give them a little bit of what they want, and I'll just go along over here, and I'll publicly criticize the president. I want to applaud you for not doing that. We appreciate the fact that you stood your ground.
I appreciate that, but frankly...
And by the way, yes, you could have gone to The View, but this is so much cooler.
Frankly, there's no way I could turn, because I don't have these stories. I don't have these false things made up to embarrass the president. Like, that's all these stories are, secondhand accounts of embarrassing tidbits. I mean, there is no legal anything. I mean, this has gone so far beyond the basic premise when they said, we're going to investigate this attack on the Capitol. And it's like, why are we talking about ketchup spilled on a wall and who cleaned it up? I mean, it's ridiculous. So I appreciate that. I don't have any bad stories to share. And that's what I told them when I was
You have
interviewed
good
by them.
stories. They probably don't ask you about
Yeah,
those.
no, nothing flattering.
So
I
many
wasn't
good
asked to
stories.
testify publicly, so I don't think I was cutting enough.
Matt, to wrap this up, obviously, if you all want to help the First Amendment Fund, just go to our website and you can contribute to the fund through our C3. It doesn't just go to pay legal fees. It goes to do all kinds of things. One of the things we did with the money was also we set up J6 Facts on Twitter. You guys should follow it. And we put out there all this information about pushing back on all the false stories, the false, kind of gossipy stuff on Trump, but also just how the Biden DOJ is picking and choosing when they want to prosecute what they see as violence. Matt, this is a big job, because the First Amendment Fund, it's not just about J6. It's about cops who don't want to teach BLM and CRT. It's about teachers who don't want to teach gender confusion. It's about parents who don't want to give their kids a vaccine. It's about doctors who want to tell the truth and not get fired. We're going to have some doctors on this stage that have been canceled because they said the truth about the virus and the vaccines and stuff. This is a big job. What's your advice to the American people who are feeling scared to follow their conscience and speak out on something because they know the strong arm of this socialist government is going to whack them hard? What can they do?
Yeah. Well, first of all, do not fear. God is on our side, and we will win the victory. We have already won the victory. I want to say, if you've donated to the First Amendment Fund, thank you. There's still a lot of work to do. I mean, while we've mostly made it through the committee's work.
Now we got the bigger one.
Yeah, now we have DOJ's work, and they are currently actively subpoenaing people, including some of the folks that have previously received congressional subpoenas.
Including me.
We have also, we're also seeing some ancillary thrusts, like trying to disbar some lawyers who, were involved in the administration, and other types of attempts that, it's just like there's a lot of need here, and it's going to go, to important work defending people, that otherwise would not be able to defend themselves or would have to, make a terrible choice.
Well, I think both of these people have shown tremendous leadership and courage, and will you please let them know how much you appreciate everything they're doing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everything that's reported on television isn't always true, but it should be. NTD, the power of truth. Now available 24/7 on television and streaming platforms.
CPAC 2022 and Real America's Voice. So make sure you stop by to say hi. It's your voice. Real America's Voice.
Mark Meckler, President of Convention of States. Like you, I love America. What I don't love is what's being done to her by the radical left. Our country's headed in the wrong direction. What we need is a plan. Founding fathers knew this would happen, and they wrote the plan. In Article 5 of the Constitution, they inserted a fail-safe, a convention of states for proposing amendments to rein in federal tyranny. That's right, it's in the Constitution, and it's a solution as big as our nation's problems. At ConventionofStates.com, we're organizing where patriots like us have the advantage, in the states. The best part, the swamp in D.C. can't do a thing to stop us. States are already passing the Convention of States resolution to impose term limits, fiscal restraints on Congress, and limits on the size and scope of the federal government. Join Ben Shapiro, Governor Ron DeSantis, and millions of liberty-loving patriots by signing the petition at ConventionofStates.com. That's ConventionofStates.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the states fight back. Progress on the Convention of States. Please welcome the President of Convention of States Action, Mark Meckler.
Good evening, CPAC. I'm super excited to be here at CPAC, and the thing that I'm most excited about, lots of great people on stage, lots of American heroes, but the truth is, from my perspective, as somebody who travels around the country, I spend almost all my time on the road, the real American heroes are out in the audience, so big hand for you guys. Look, the grassroots are what drive politics. Whether we're talking about your local city, whether we're talking about a school board election, a city council election, a state legislative election, for me, it's all about the grassroots. I got involved in politics about 12 years ago. I was one of the co-founders of the Tea Party movement. And in 2010, we saw something miraculous, the largest swing in Congress since 1938. Republicans swept into office. I knew for sure that everything was going to change. And then nothing changed. It was an extraordinary moment in American history, and it was like a gut punch. I had put my personal life into it. Millions of folks in the Tea Party had put their life into it. We had swept Congress, and then nothing changed. And it was profound to realize that we had done what I had been taught all through junior high school and into college about American civics, which is if you vote for the people who say they're going to do the things that you believe in, that everything changes. That they do the things that you say that you believe in, that you elected them to do, but that's not true. And it's not true because we've broken our system of governance. We've broken the structure in Washington, D.C., and the only people who can fix it, and I do mean the only people, are you, the grassroots. And that's what the Convention of States movement is about. It's about going to Washington, D.C., and taking your power back. Do you want to take your power back from D.C.? They will never give it to you, by the way. It doesn't matter who's president. I don't mean we don't need the best president we can have. I think we've had that. And I'm not saying that we don't need to elect the best people we can elect, because we have guys like Jim Jordan in Congress. We've had some great people, but I mean they won't give it back to you. And the Constitution gives you the opportunity to do something extraordinary. The Constitution gives you the power, acting through your state legislatures, to demand your power back, to gather 34 states to call a convention, to get all the states together to propose amendments specifically for one reason and one reason only, and that is to restrain federal tyranny. Do you guys want to restrain federal tyranny? Let me give you quickly a few ideas of things that we can do in convention. How many people think that people serve too long in Washington, D.C.? Term limits, anybody? How many people think that Washington, D.C. needs to be fiscally responsible, needs to balance its budget? Are you with me? Now, here are some of my favorites. How many of you think that the administrative state is out of control? Yeah? How about we get rid of the Department of Education? How about we get rid of the EPA? How about we get rid of the alphabet soup of agencies and return that power to you, the people in the states? I think you can judge people in politics very well by their friends and their enemies. Would you agree with that? I think Donald Trump made the right enemies. Don't you think so? So if you look at Convention of States by our friends and our enemies, and I think you should do that, you can go to conventionofstates.com. What you'll see is something really extraordinary. About 4 years ago on Good Friday, a press release came out. It came from Common Cause, which is George Soros's main policy organization, and he had aligned 250 organizations to sign this press release, biggest press release ever signed by the left in the United States of America. Planned Parenthood, La Raza, MoveOn.org, Daily Cause. Hillary Clinton personally has spoken out against Convention of States. I'm very proud of that. On the other side, who's in favor of Convention of States? Every single nationally known conservative figure in the United States of America that's spoken about this subject. I'm talking Limbaugh, God rest his soul, Hannity, Levin, Beck, Shapiro, Deace, you name it, on down. They've all spoken in favor if they've spoken of Convention of States. So you're going to hear some stuff about Convention of States. One of the things you're going to hear, and this is really important, the only single objection I hear to the idea of calling a Convention of States and taking power away from the federal government is we might have a runaway convention. I want you to understand what that means really quickly. A Convention of States is a gathering of the states where people come together, one vote per state, and they have a discussion. And at the end of the meeting, if they've been successful, if 26 states agree, then they will do something very radical. They'll make some suggestions. Now, I don't know about you guys. I hear people say this is really scary, it's terrifying. Have you ever had somebody say to you, hey, we're going to have a meeting, a bunch of people are going to get together, and at the end of that meeting, we're going to make suggestions, and you said, oh, no, don't do that. It's way too scary. No, it's not scary at all. They're going to make those suggestions. The suggestions go out to the states as suggestions, and it takes 38 states to ratify an amendment to the Constitution. Now, I hear people say, Mark, all the time. I hear this. It's 6.7%, by the way, of Republicans that are opposed to this. We just polled this nationally with the Trafalgar Group, and some of that fringe element will say to me, yeah, but Mark, you have no idea what's going to happen. We might lose our beloved Second Amendment. Now, I'm a big Second Amendment guy. My mom was a cop. My son's a Marine. We like our guns in our house. Anybody in here like their guns? Yeah, we like our guns. Putting the Second Amendment at risk, that would be scary stuff, right? I want to run some numbers for you. It takes 38 states to ratify any amendment that comes out of convention. That means it takes only 13 states to stop anything that comes out of convention. I travel a lot, I told you that. I'm generally carrying when I can. 24 states today allow you to carry your firearm into the state capitol. 14 states, this might sound unbelievable to you, actually allow you to take a loaded AR in a sling, put it across your back, walk into the gallery in the legislature and watch the proceedings. I'm not saying that's a good idea, I'm just saying it's allowed. We can't find 13 states to stop something that would infringe on the Second Amendment. That's ridiculous, it's outrageous, and that's a myth propagated by the American left, stopping you, trying to stop you from calling a convention of states to restore the power to where it belongs. Where does it belong? It belongs with you. I want to close with this. It takes heroes, literally people willing to step into the firing line to make politics work in America. We're in a war right now. Would you guys agree we're in a war? So it takes average people willing to step up and be heroic. But I got to say, specifically, to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, you guys are heroes. You and your family have been willing to step into the firing line like almost nobody else. God bless CPAC. God bless the Schlapp family. Thank you guys for being here. ConventionofStates.com.
And today I want to share some words of wisdom. The words of wisdom that I have is make sure that you open your Bible. I've done some few things on this before, but I think it's very imperative right now. The world is in a crisis. Our world, our outside world, and some of us our inside world and our own walls. You know, the foundation of this world is God. The Creator is God. He laid that foundation. When we get away from Him and all that He's given us, the greatest gift being His Son, then we are open to all kinds of bad things. But if you instead open the Bible, then you will find a foundation. And in that foundation, you will find peace, love, joy, things that you haven't had in a long time perhaps, or you only have occasionally. You know what? That can be with you all the time. Sure, I have my moments. I have bad things happen. I mean, sometimes constantly. Sometimes those bad things that are happening to you are because you're being tested. The devil's trying to get your attention. That means that you must be doing something right. So keep doing what's right, but turn to God. Get in your Bible. If you don't have one, or you don't know what I'm talking about, or you would like to know and be able to reach out someplace and find a foundation, please call our offices at proverbsmediagroup.com. You can request a Bible and you'll get it free. We won't charge you for shipping. We won't charge you anything. Give us a call at our offices or reach out to us on the internet and we'll send you a Bible. We want you to know the blessings God has for you today. So have a wonderful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, next year in Jerusalem, CPAC Israel. Please welcome former Special Assistant to U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Milstein. International spokesperson for the Jewish community of Hebron, Ishai Fleischer. CPAC board member, Matthew Whitaker. And your moderator, Viana Schlapp.
Hello, CPAC. Thank you for having us here today. We are so excited to be here. I'm excited to be here to talk about the most recent CPAC trip, which was in Israel. I know that I can say this was a life-altering experience for myself. And I was joined on the trip by my lovely panelists here. And we're going to get to it, talk about Israel and some things that we witnessed on the trip and just some really great things about Israel. So let's get started. CPAC was planning to go to Israel for many years. It was in the works, but you know, we didn't make it happen until this year, but we're so glad we did. And CPAC going to Israel really does send a message. My question to you all is, what is this message?
David, you want to
Yeah,
start?
so first of all, it's great to be here, and thank you. Credit truly goes to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp, as well as Dan Schneider, for having the leadership and the foresight to bring CPAC to Israel for the very first time. It was an incredible trip. The trip took the 40-person delegation all over the land of Israel, and in the middle of that trip had the first ever conference in Israel with 3 former U.S. ambassadors under President Trump, a former Attorney General under President Trump, as well as Ben Shapiro. There were 2,500 people that came to an event in Tel Aviv, and it's part of CPAC's vision to bring conservatism all over the world, including to Israel. And it was very meaningful to me as somebody who worked for the U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, under the Trump administration, to be able to have a small role in being able to facilitate what is going to be an incredible journey for future CPACs in Israel next year and the year after.
Very good. First thing, I want a round of applause for Viana, who this is her first time moderating a panel at CPAC. She's been raised right, so congratulations. Keep up the good work. Israel is the spiritual capital of the world. Jerusalem is the spiritual capital of the world. And it only makes sense that people of the Bible, people that want values, come to Jerusalem. They also came to the town that I work in, which is Hebron, which is the tomb of the patriarchs and matriarchs. I mean, if we want to talk about conservative values, shouldn't we start at the tomb of Abraham and Sarah, Isaac and Rebekah, Jacob and Leah? I mean, that's not just conservative values. That's actually the first family values, right? Here's the first family of Israel. So we went there as well, so that was very special. And I think that CPAC has what to learn from, and CPAC folks have what to connect to Israel, to learn from Israel. But at the same time, you know, Israel is a country that was formed, yes, 3,000 years ago and 2,000 years ago. We had first and second Commonwealth. But in this latest iteration, in this third Commonwealth of the Jewish people, we had to do it kind of fast. We put it together through the times of the Holocaust, and it was kind of born right after the Holocaust, and it was slapped together kind of quickly. And when you look at the United States and you think about how the forefathers of this country worked so hard to create a nation and a state that had these incredible values, the most central value of which is that the people have to love their country but distrust their government. Now, that's a very special gift that the United States brought into the world, checks and balances. Israel was formed from a more communistic place. It came out of Russian Jews. And so when CPAC comes to Israel, and when Ben Shapiro talked about judicial reform, when he talked about getting rid of bureaucracy, I was like, good. CPAC has got something to teach Israelis as well. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship, and I'm really glad that you guys came. Thank you.
I would add to that, first of all, if you can and you want to, come next year. I think it was such an amazing trip. It was my first time in Israel, and several things just struck me. First of all, you know, it's just the history, but not only the history, but how it sits today. So you have a modern Israel where people live and work, and then at the same time, you have a country and a place that so many important historical events happened. You know, we went to Bethlehem as a Christian, going to Jerusalem and walking the Stations of the Cross and all of those things. But at the same time, the modern part really struck me because I was on a panel with the former Minister of Justice, and to talk about how Israel as a country currently doesn't have a constitution, that they're actually still using laws from the Byzantine Empire, and thinking about how all that stuff you learned in Western Civ recently, how it all actually applies to this place and this time. And so it was really just extraordinary to be in that. And it was a tremendous opportunity. And I think one of the things that I think it's so interesting and it's so like it's an honor to be a part of is the conservative movement in the world. You know, in the United States, we have our challenges and our battles, and we're still advancing the rule of law and liberty. But at the same time, sharing that same message and trying to, you know, teach and translate American freedoms to the world is just, and this was a great opportunity to do that in Israel.
So, David, you worked in the U.S. Embassy, which was moved to Jerusalem thanks to President Trump. You had a front row seat to the negotiations, especially with the Abraham Accords. Now, could you tell our audience a little bit about this and just like the importance of these accords?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Abraham Accords was a historic agreement that the Trump administration facilitated between Israel and 3, 4, and then eventually 5 other Arab countries in the region. And this was extremely important for a number of reasons. First, it actually showed and blew through the myth that often exists in public policy among people in the foreign policy establishment who wrongly thought that the failure to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are what actually drives violence in the Middle East. And that's actually not the case. What really drives violence in the Middle East is the threats that are coming from Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism, who actually pose a threat to both Israel and a number of Gulf Arab states. And if you go back to 2015, Prime Minister Netanyahu actually had the courage to come to Congress, if you recall, and speak out against the Iran deal, not just as an existential threat for Israel, but also as a tremendous security threat to America. And he did that even though President Obama at the time was pushing forward on it. The Trump administration came in, and President Trump had the courage to leave the deal because it posed a threat to America and our allies, including Israel and the Gulf Arab states. And Israel and the Gulf Arab states started to recognize, wow, we have a real friend in Washington, D.C., and you see a president who, contrary to previous presidents, was going to fulfill his promises to Israel because they're in America's national security interests, from recognizing Jerusalem as the capital and moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, taking on the Iranian regime for really the first time and imposing maximum sanctions on them. All these various big decisions, people thought it would actually create more violence in the Middle East, and actually by embracing Israel and showing the world that Israel and America are in a common fight against the enemies, really, of Western civilization, and also bringing along the Gulf Arab states, we were able to bring historic peace in the region. And really the future for all of that can be positive. Unfortunately, the Biden administration is trying to reverse and appease the Iranian regime and appease the Palestinians and go back to the failed policies of the past. So they're not going to be as successful in these endeavors. But what's good is that Israel and these Gulf Arab states, which for years had behind-the-scenes relations, have now, through the Abraham Accords, created these strong agreements publicly and are standing united against the Iranian regime, but also, frankly, are standing united against the Biden administration right now, which is trying to rejoin and create an even worse Iranian deal that's terrible for the free world. And so the path forward is really for us to continue to build upon what has worked, and ideally in 2022 and maybe in 2024, we can have a president who moves forward in the right direction.
So we're talking about Israel and peace, but unfortunately, many of Israel's neighbors are not looking for this same peace. Rabbi, I would like to turn to you because you are actually from Israel. Could you give us a little taste of what it's like on the ground there when we're looking at rising anti-Semitism here and abroad, Iran closer to getting nuclear weapons, the ongoing threat of terrorism? What concerns you?
Well, first thing is that we're a post-Holocaust country, and we've been through a lot, the Jewish people. So when you say these things to me, it's not like I'm like, oh my God. I'm just like, okay, that's another challenge that we have to deal with. We've been through the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks and the Romans, and we'll get through the Iranians, and it'll be all right. And, you know, we can't allow ourselves, we're people of faith in God and also of the strength that God gives us. So we can't allow ourselves to get too nervous. At the same time, we're on guard, and I just went shooting the other day, practicing my own firearms training. And we have to do that. We got to be, every one of us has to be prepared in Israel. Every one of us is like a police officer in a sense, a defender, a certainly military person. You know, I want to talk about the Abraham Accords for just 1 second because it's related. The Abraham Accords is really the vision of peace in our region, which is a strong Jewish Israel surrounded by strong Arab countries, living together and working together in concert for a better Middle Eastern region. And it's happening. It's a much better idea than cutting up tiny Israel, giving it to the Palestinians who are jihadists and having raining rockets just like we have from Gaza. That's a bad idea. Anybody can see that. The future is the Abraham Accords. But I want to just for a second stop and talk about the name Abraham Accords. The name itself is a fight. The name itself is a fight. Because one of the fights that your children are facing on American campus is the language of occupation, colonialism. The idea that Israel is a white colonialist settler state taking over somebody else's land. A theft narrative. And that is one of the biggest lies out there, as though Jewish people are not from the land of Israel, we're not from Judea, as though there were some kind of like Germanic people taking over somebody else's land. That's one of the biggest lies out there. The Abraham Accords, the name, is an attack on that attack. It's a defense against that attack because it says, no, we're part of the Abrahamic region. We're Abrahamic peoples. We are related here. In fact, the first Abraham Accords happened in the city that I work in, which is Hebron, which is when Isaac and Ishmael came together to bury, it's the father of the Jews and the father of the Arabs, came together to bury their shared father Abraham in Hebron. So that's the first Abraham Accords. And I always tell my Arab interlocutors, let's come together to honor our joint father. Let's make peace in order to give our father some comfort. The Abraham Accords was not, it was the move was a fruit of people like David and David Friedman and other people, and of course President Trump. But the name came from a general who was a Puerto Rican two-star general, an American general, who ran into the room and said, "Do you guys have a name?" They're like, "No." And he's like, "How about the Abraham Accords?" This is what David Friedman told me. And President Trump said, "Well, it would be nice if it was called the Trump Accords." But it ended up, he accepted the idea that it was the Abraham Accords. And I think that name says we are from this area, we're from this land, and we give honor together to our forefather Abraham.
What concerns you? What concerns you about Israel, about the situation over there?
Well, I mean, it is obviously a region that has always known conflict. Whether, is it the Crusaders, whether it was the Persians, whether, whoever was moving through that area. And there's a reason that every Israeli citizen has to serve in the military. It's a preparedness, as the rabbi was talking about. And so, it concerns me that if you know your Bible, there may be future conflict in the region. Maybe, the ultimate conflict in the region. And so, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned that also that Iran, if not contained, if allowed to become a nuclear power, will not only be a existential threat to the state of Israel, it will also require everyone else in the region to develop nuclear capabilities, and I think that is never good. We have lived with that through all of our lives, that there are nuclear powers in opposition to each other, and we don't need more to join in the world. So that's my biggest concern. The second concern that I have is Israel, because of their politics and because of the Knesset and the way they do their parties, it is not guaranteed that it won't ultimately become a socialist state. My sense is that the people are conservative, the people are, Bible believing, but at the same time, I worry about, one of our best ally in the region and one of our closest allies in the world would tip into sort of a socialist agenda that is not good for the American people long term.
I want to give you all 1 minute, since we're coming to the end, to tell our audience, why should everyone go to Israel? What is important? What do you find most interesting about it? Why should they go?
Me? Okay. Right now I'm working on a project which is it's an American idea. Sometimes we take ideas from America, yes. And we have what to learn as well. And I love this idea of Route 66 that you have here in America, this like heritage highway. So I had this idea that we actually have a road called Route 60, and it's an ancient biblical highway, and it has on it 7 holy and ancient cities: Beersheba, Hebron, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, Bethel, Shiloh, and Shechem, all on one road. And this is basically like 90% of the Bible took place on this road. And I am actually working in the Israeli government to change the name to Route 60, the Israel Biblical Highway. I want to make sure that everybody here at CPAC, I want to make sure that Bible-loving people, values-loving people, defense-loving people, national and patriotic-loving people will come to the Israel Biblical Highway, go down that highway and say, yeah, I did the Israel Biblical Highway. I came to these cities. I stood in the place where Jacob had the dream of the ladder. I came to the tomb of Abraham. I drank water from Abraham's well. I want the whole world to do that, and certainly the people here. So you're invited to be part of the Israel Biblical Highway.
Israel is the place to go to see the Bible come to life. There's no better place to do that. Jerusalem is the place where our Judeo-Christian values come from, and really are the heart and soul and the foundation of the strong relationship between America and Israel. And also, you get to see that the lies that are put out there by the media, by the New York Times, and so many, even what we hear on college campuses and others, as Yishai was saying earlier, that Israel is supposedly taking over illegal Palestinian territory, or it's an occupation or colonization. It's all lies, and you get to go see the fact that the Jewish people have a historic and legal right to live all throughout the land of Israel, and that this goes back thousands and thousands of years. And you also get to see archaeological discoveries that reaffirm these historic connections for Jews and for Christians and many others, and really push back against the false narratives that exist. And finally, you get to see that this tiny country, a country that, by the way, does receive the highest amount of military assistance from the United States, but only asks for the backing and the wherewithal, the military capabilities to be able to defend themselves by themselves. They actually don't ask America to fight the wars that they're dealing with, although it happens to be that they're fighting against enemies that also threaten not just Israel, but America. And you'll get to see the threats that unfortunately exist all around Israel's borders. And unfortunately, when more conflicts do take place, you'll have a much better sense of why it's so important that all of us stand together publicly in support of Israel, because really when Israel takes on the enemies of Israel, they're also taking on the enemies of America.
Well, you were with us on the trip, and so I'm actually going to yield my time to you, because I would love to, you've been asking all the questions. I would love to hear your perspective, because you were there and you saw it all, and what impression were you left with?
I will say I was blessed to go with my family, so both my parents and my 4 little sisters. We were quite a gathering, you could say. We're a little bit loud and lively. We had the opportunity to go to just all these holy sites that I never even dreamed of seeing. And really, there are no words to describe how important Israel is. And I never really thought I'd go, but like laying your hand on the tomb where Jesus' body was, the blood was taken off of him after he died on Calvary, was like, I will never come close to that experience my whole life. If all of you could do that, I would pay for your ticket, but I'm not there yet. I'm still working off college loans. So anyway, thank you all so much for being on the panel. Thank you.
Brianna, one more thing.
Yes?
You know what I love here in Texas? Buc-ee's. I love Buc-ee's. I want a Buc-ee's in Israel, or I want a Buc-ee's in Israel with all that stuff. And I'd love to see more Israel stuff at Buc-ee's, more like, so if anybody knows anybody at Buc-ee's, let me know. God bless you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would hear God say to me, I want you to worship me like you're a kid again, and you're just dancing for me. And so I was just free to worship God in my alone time. And over time, that started to overflow into my worship time in front of people. And a lady who had brought her husband to church, and he had been an atheist his whole life. They'd been married 13 years, and it was Easter, so she brought him to church. And he had watched the Shroud of Turin, which is this piece being created. And it was a speed painting, so I had 8 minutes to do this painting. I mean, paint was flying, and it was intense. It was an awesome experience. But he gave his life to the Lord that day, and he told his wife that in seeing that painting is what did it. That he had an encounter with God. So just incredible. It's incredible what God is doing right now through art. And for me, knowing where I've come from and what a broken life I've come from, and the incredible amount of healing and wholeness that I've had to walk through in my adult Christian life, and knowing what he's doing it's just so exciting. And I just want to be able to to give that to other people as well. You know, God is that master creator. As long as we stay on that canvas, He's the one who's going to bring it to completion. So the finished product is something that requires a process to take place. And that process requires that mistakes are made. It requires that effort is put forth and strokes are put on that canvas. I mean, there could be, in some people's minds, many mistakes on this canvas that have taken place, but it came together to be a masterpiece, and that's our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, she's back. This is an interview with former governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin, and CPAC Vice Chairman Charlie Giroux.
Wow. Hey, y'all.
And she is back.
Hi, you guys.
And ladies and gentlemen, as the vice chairman of CPAC, I'm very well aware of my role. And I know that today my role is simply to provide arm candy for Sarah Palin. So I know all of you were thinking the same thing. Governor, it's great to have you here as one of the leaders of the conservative movement for a long time, and I know everybody appreciates your service to our country.
Thank you.
You're one of only 2 speakers who has ever had the opportunity, shall we say, to debate Joe Biden.
Yes, yes.
The other being President Trump, who may be coming here in a couple of days.
I know. Good.
You asked if you could call him Joe.
I did.
What are you calling him these days?
Yeah. Well, Sleepy Joe. Pretty sleepy, kind of slow, bless his heart. Yeah, that was quite an experience. And man, had I to do it all over again, I would not hold back. It's a shame that the McCain-Palin campaign kind of had some shackles on me, not allowed to go rogue, because that's what our country needs right now, are fighters who are willing to go rogue and get out there and fight for what's right to save our country, because y'all know, the trajectory that our country is on right now, not real good, but we can turn that around.
One of the things that you were famed for as the governor of an energy-producing state was telling the world that we should drill, baby, drill. And those words ring very, very loudly today. You know, we hear an awful lot from this administration. We have a climate crisis, but I know you agree that what we really have is an energy crisis. So what are the keys to developing domestic energy so that we don't have to be buying our energy from our enemies?
Right. It makes absolutely no sense that we have an administration overseas begging dirty, dangerous sources of energy to be drilled, allowed to develop, and then we would import it, when all you got to do is turn on the spigot here in America. Alaska's oil and gas and minerals, and Texas. And by the way, it's really good to be in Alaska's little sister state of Texas. Texas is just so cute. Yes. But, you know, being here in this environment where people here, too, the independent, pro-energy, pro-America mindset that is here is so inspiring. It's very encouraging, and it gives me a lot of hope, especially when it comes to energy independence, because hopefully most people know that there's an inherent link between energy and security and energy and prosperity. And it makes no sense what the Biden administration is doing today when, as I say, God has created these resources that are meant for responsible use of mankind. We can ethically and responsibly, more so than any other country, develop those God-given resources. That's what any civilization needs. America can do it best. So it's what the Biden administration is doing is the complete opposite of what should be done with our energy agenda.
And your senator, Senator Sullivan, has been on the Biden administration now over regulatory policy, because that's got a really negative impact on the development of safe and efficient
energy here in the U.S. He wants to use the Congressional Review Act to go after these executive orders of the Biden administration. Can that be done? Should it be done?
I am so thankful that our Senator Sullivan is on this, because as you hopefully are paying attention to, I know you guys are, otherwise you wouldn't be here at CPAC. CPAC is known for the activism, for those in the arena ready to duke it out in the arena of ideas and debate. I'm not calling for physical violence, of course, don't accuse me of that. But yes, so Senator Sullivan understanding that this abuse of power that we're witnessing now with the Biden administration, whether it's regulatory aspects of oil development or anything else, you know, they're spewing these executive orders and emergency measures, and what they're doing is usurping the power from the other two branches of government, the judiciary and the legislative branch. We can't allow that to happen. Things like that create this atrophy in the foundation of America will destroy America. It's like Lincoln said, we're not going to be destroyed from foreign forces coming on in. It's going to be from within if we allow things that are so anti-constitutional to be able to usurp, for instance, the balance of power. So yes, Dan Sullivan is right on in what he's doing in trying to stop these executive orders. And when it comes to regulation of oil and gas development, I was a mayor, a city manager, a governor. I was the oil and gas regulator, commissioner up there in Alaska. And what I found was the regulations that come from on high, from these faceless, nameless bureaucrats and politicians in this bubble in D.C., they think they know best, you know, how to develop our resources, and they don't believe in science. They don't believe in geology and geography and biology, and they try to, you know, rewrite all these rules. We have to pay attention to what, for instance, the Biden administration is doing today. They have a policy in play. It's called the Biden 30 by 30, 34-30 plan, where by 2030, they want 30% of all federal lands locked up for any kind of development, any kind of commercial, residential development. And things like that specific plan kind of goes under the wire. Not a whole lot of people hear about it, realize it, because the fake news, the media, they won't report on the important things in life, right, that we're dealing with. So we need to pay attention and make sure that we support things like Senator Dan Sullivan's proposal there to kind of rein in that abuse of power from the Biden administration.
So as the governor of that state, which is like 2.5 times the size of Texas.
2.5 sizes.
One congressional district, 2.5
I told him
times.
that backstage.
She set me up. But you were very, very successful in developing energy the right way. What were the keys to that, and what should America be looking to do right now to develop our domestic energy?
You know what I had to do when I ran for office? I had to promise to clean up corruption in Alaska. We had a group up there of lawmakers, and they were so blatant about the favoritism that they showed to the big oil companies. They actually had trucker hats embroidered CBC, and it stood for Corrupt Bastards Club. And they were proud of what it was that they were doing to gain favoritism and personal gain from oil companies. I had to fight that, some within my own party, the Republican Party, and I said, we have to fight the corruption with big business and with politicians, the favoritism, the crony capitalism. Otherwise, nobody's going to trust us to be able to do it right. So that was the first step. And that's got to be the first step in Congress, too, is cleaning up this corruption. Look at what Pelosi's doing. Look at what Biden's doing. That for too long, you guys, many people have felt like, well, you know, is that just status quo? Is that par for the course? Are we just going to have to live with it? We don't have to just live with it. We need fighters in Congress. We need fighters in the Senate and in the White House who understand what's at stake right now. And the good guys in office, and there are good guys in office, those Freedom Caucus members, I love them, and I hope I hook up with them. So the Freedom Caucus members, they need reinforcements. They need more numbers. They need more votes on their side in order to have the investigations so that we can get a handle on and stop the corruption that's going on in Washington, D.C. We hear a lot about investigations, but do you ever hear any outcomes? Does anybody ever end up shackled or anything else? No, it's just a lot of yakking because we haven't had enough numbers in Congress. So we need to change that.
And one of the things that every person in this room believes is really important is election integrity.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And I know that in Alaska, you've got some rules that kind of run in the opposite direction. Tell us about those real quickly so that folks here that have had their own experiences with election integrity issues can understand what's going on way up north.
And I think a lot of people in every state, local, state elections and national elections, we're seeing an atrophy there too of integrity within our elections. In Alaska, we have this bizarre system that's been newfangled, that's been newly adopted, where we have a ranked choice voting system where it doesn't matter if you win by getting the most votes. Really, it matters if you have more second and third place votes according to how the voters are ranking you. And it's bizarre, it's convoluted, it's complicated, and it results in voter suppression. It results in a lack of enthusiasm for voters to even want to participate because it's so weird. So we have this ranked choice voting system. These are elements of a perfect bad storm, by the way. We have mail-in only ballots now. We have the Dominion computerized system, no hand counting. It's got to be all through this computer system. Other states need to pay attention. Donald Trump was up there a couple weeks ago rallying for Alaska, saying, pay attention to Alaska and pay attention, United States of America. Don't let what's going to go on in Alaska. It's a test case. We're the first to happen to your states. Otherwise, yes, the integrity of our elections. Integrity, I mean, that is the bulwark. That's the cornerstone of within our republic, the democracy that we practice. So if we cannot trust free and fair elections, that too is why our country crumbles. So pay attention to what's going on in our state with this newfangled, weird kind of voting system that is confusing everyone. Lo and behold, finding out who crafted the thing. It was, Rhino, Lisa Murkowski's attorney who wrote the thing, shoved it through, put it on the ballot so they can always say, well, the voters approved it. But you can imagine the way that the ballot question was worded was nobody knew. Everybody was getting snookered by how weird it is and how bad it is. So pay attention. Don't let it happen to your own state. And if Alaska has to be the test case, if somebody who, for instance, I just went through this primary, they called it a primary, but there were 50 candidates in my race. You didn't have to declare what party you're in. And I won that handedly. I got more votes than anybody else. And I was so grateful for that, but it wasn't winner take all. No, what they did with that then is take them the top vote getters, and then they go on to this next process, August 16th, of who are you going to be ranked first, second, and third, and anyway, it's a bizarre system, and just considering the source that it came from Lisa Murkowski's camp, should have told our Republican lawmakers there's something amiss with it right there.
And simply stated, if we can't trust the vote, there are no winners.
Well,
and so we've got to get to a point where we have election integrity restored at every level for every race.
Right.
I want to go to a different subject, though, because as governor, you were an education governor. And I think we all recognize how vitally important education is to our future because of our children. And I think we've all seen how we've gotten so far off the rails in our educational system. What needs to be done?
Yeah, and that's a great topic, and not a whole lot of people are talking about education on a national level. Well, for one, I don't know why the federal government is even in our states and community and local school districts' business. I don't know why there's a Department of Education up there when our states are best able to handle. Local government is always most effective and most efficient. So taking more of the power out of the federal government as they're creating these mandates that are adversely impacting our classrooms. I'm from a family full of school teachers, and my kids and I, public school students, I have an affinity for the school system. I haven't given up on it. I haven't not given up on the public, but it comes down to common sense and what the curriculum should be, getting back to the basics, reading, writing, arithmetic. Common sense, though, it's an endangered species in D.C., but that's what we need to do is get back to the basics. And I guarantee you, the teachers, most of the teachers themselves, they're more of us than there are of them. The good teachers, they're with us on this. They don't want their hands tied and be told that they have to teach this critical race theory and these things that really have nothing to do with the life skills and the basic education that our kids need today. So a lot of teachers, they are on our side, and I so appreciate them when they're bold enough to get out there and speak truth to what the heck is going on, because, yep, that's another thing, you guys, the trajectory of our public school system, where it's going. If we don't get in there as activists and change things today, it's now or never, then we're not going to get it back. We're not going to. It's part of this fundamental transformation of America that was promised by Barack Obama. Remember this? Right before the 2008 election. He was a candidate. A couple days before the election, he said, folks, we're just days away from fundamentally transforming America. Now, okay, he told us what was going to happen, and still, I mean, people voted for him. But you only fundamentally transform something for which you have disdain. You want to wipe that thing out, and then you want to rebuild it. That's the definition of fundamental transformation. So all these things that are going on today, whether it's in the educational system, with regulation of oil and gas so that we lock everything up and ask other countries to do it for us, whether it's open borders, all these issues that we've been dealing with, you guys, it's all part of this purposeful fundamental transformation of America. And like I say, it's now or never. We either stop that now and we get our country back, we put government back on our side, we get it off our back, and we as independent, freedom-loving, pro-Americans, we either take that back or we lose it, and there is no alternative to America. There's nothing like this before, today, after. America is it. And if you love America as much as I know you do, you're at CPAC, then you too will feel that passion and you'll get out there. Everybody doing their own part. We all have a part to play in this.
And you talked about getting back to basics, and I think we all agree with that, and moving away from the nonsense of critical race theory and the 1619 movement, et cetera, and you talked about fundamentals. And one of the fundamentals that I think is so vitally important is civics education that we've moved so far away from. Real quickly, and this is your time, but I'm a naturalized citizen. And in order to become a citizen of this great country, I had to take a test, a citizenship test. Wouldn't it be a great idea if we required every graduating senior from Pennsylvania's and United States high schools to pass a basic citizenship test, because then we'd at least know they had read the Constitution, had some idea about the rule of law and the separation of powers. What do you think, Governor?
I'd rather see Democrats have to pass some kind of civics test and understand what our Constitution says and put their grade on a ballot before we say yay or nay to their service that they're offering. That is great though. And don't you so appreciate, yes, the naturalized citizens, those who, they've stood in line proverbially and physically, they've stood in line, they followed the rules, and they've helped build this country, and it's beautiful, and it's wonderful, and all the contributions that they provide us. But the way that it's being allowed to done now with the illegal aliens, they're doing it, you guys, to bring in more voters. This is the ultimate goal. Give out freebies, incentivize illegals to come on over so that they have more voters. That's the bottom line, and I know you guys probably do know that. But the way that you did it was right, and I applaud you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And the folks backstage, Governor, are telling us that our time is running short. But you and I both know that we can stay here for as long as we want.
Yeah, right.
But we're the only thing standing between all these good people and dinner. So I'll try to wrap it up with a couple of quick questions. The most important of which is you were famous for making a comment once upon a time that the only difference between hockey moms and pit bulls was lipstick. Yeah. So now that you are at least rumored to have a new supporter in your entourage, Ron Duguay, the famed NHL star, what's the difference between hockey fans and Barracudas? Because I know there used to be a nickname of that sort attached to you.
That's right, and I hope there are a lot of New York Rangers fans here. Not so much Islander fans, right? I mean, because
no Islanders.
Yes, no, we love them all. We love the whole sport. Yes, Ron Duguay, nicest guy in America. He's French-Canadian, so his perspective on freedom, on capitalism, how important it is that he shares that perspective with me, because he doesn't want to happen to America what has happened to Canada. Doggone it, that's a beautiful country, and yet look what's happened to them with the socialism. But yeah, so that thing that I spewed out there, and it was at the speech where I was nominated for vice president of the U.S. on the GOP ticket. The teleprompter broke when I was reading my speech. I pretty much I knew what I was going to say, but the teleprompter's running, and then it stopped, and I started ad-libbing, and I saw a group of delegates out there, and they were all wearing hockey jerseys, and I'm like, yeah, you know the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull and lipstick. So I was ad-libbing that. But it's funny, you guys, as the teleprompter broke, wasn't rolling anymore, I looked at him like, now I wonder if that's providential. I wonder if that's an indication of what are things to come in the way this campaign's being run. And it was. Doggone
That
it.
was, for anybody that has worked in campaigns on a professional level, one of the most amazing moments, because you never even hesitated. Just went as smooth as silk with your ad lib. And America loved you for it. We all admired you for it. And let me tell you, these folks all admire what you're doing and what's yet to come. So we know she's back. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Sarah Palin.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.